Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you very much, William. Yes, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Great. Okay, guys. This MMV, I've actually traded in and out of this thing. Now, MMV reminds me not quite as dramatic as UCAR. Okay, a couple of China. Oh, wait a minute. China. That is China, right? UCAR was China. Yeah. Okay. So not quite as dramatic as UCAR, of course. UCAR got up to $75 back in April, but MMV, their low float China stock, had some news. It got up to $18 back in, I guess, January. So I think that's what traders are probably looking at. So they did have some news this morning, acquiring an equity stake in this company. So we'll have to see. I'm out of it now, but I definitely want to take a look at it later on. Maybe if it just keeps wanting to go. The next high looks like it's around 316. I'm sticking an alert there. I know it's giving up about a dollar, but I want to see if it gets up to that area of 316 because if it does, then the next high in the weekly chart is 13. So anyway, see what happens. I thought so GSIT is moving down. Okay. So guys, yeah, so T and Verizon, AT&T and Verizon, thank you for posting that. Who was that told me, or not told me, but told the room? Bob G. So something to do with Amazon. So Amazon now going to get into the cell phone business or mobile business. So T and Verizon dropping dramatically in that news. Amazon in talks with telecom companies for low-cost service. Has been in talks with wireless to offer low-cost mobile services. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll see if this is a tremendous overreaction and there's a bounce, but both T and VZ moving down on that news. I'm just going to mention, yeah, Sentinel had earnings after hours yesterday, and this is an all-time low, I believe, virtually an all-time low. So Sentinel S had earnings after hours yesterday, big gap down, and it has maintained that gap down. The all-time low looks like it's around 1268-ish or so, 1250 or so. So almost an all-time low now for Sentinel S. On the flip side, we've got Lulu. Boy, Lululemon just had great earnings, I guess, and guidance. This could not have been predicted. Look at the action of Lulu. Now, retailers have been just hit so hard. Look at the action of Lulu before earnings. All these bets were being placed that nothing good was going to happen. Look at this, almost wiping out all of this, almost getting back up to the high up here. It's pretty unbelievable, really. Up $50, 15%. No, I mean, the skeptic in me will maybe look to short this one. I mean, it's way outside the price range I would normally trade, but that is a massive, massive, especially after all of these days down, 2 weeks of straight down in anticipation of probably still poor earnings. Was through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Now, I don't know if a shady is in the room. Remember, there was talk about five yesterday, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was. Where are you? Somebody wanted to short this one, and Shady actually said he would go long. Well, he was right. So there is five. Look at five. Actually, a nice pop up. It went counter what Dollar General did. DG did. So I hope that person that was looking to hang a short on five did not do it. I think it was stock trader. You'll be in the room. Anyway, five is up. Yeah, five, a nice pop up on earnings. But again, I'd be a little bit skeptical about this. Perhaps looking at a short later on. PD is an earnings play. This gap down, PD, pager duty. This gap down on earnings, PD, big gap down actually. It held the 200-day moving average yesterday, but now a gap down through it. A couple of these metal plays, guys. Freeport, FCX. FCX is moving higher, as is Alcoa. FCX through the 200-day moving average also. It could be obviously a key area. And also Alcoa, AA. I'm assuming it's all because your debt ceiling was passed last night. So it's all's good now, as if it wasn't going to be. But why not draw it out almost to the last minute? And then there's MMV. Well, okay, the MMV guys. Now I'm not in it anymore, but boy, this is really sugar. Oh well, I'm telling you, if this takes out this 316, it's a low float, 8.5 million in the float, China stock. Just a matter of looking left to see where it could go. IoT is an earnings play, I believe. IoT is an earnings play. And this, yeah, so it's almost at this price target. I see Morgan Stanley put a $23 price target on it. So it's almost there. Now, if it can take out that 2262 or so, excuse me, which is looks like it's the high looking left on the daily and the weekly chart. Now, KPRX, I'm not going to really talk about it too much other than just hopefully nobody was in this one. KPRX, I believe they had, I bet they had also bad news, but they've done a financing too, and that is just clobbered it. But not that long ago, this was a $5 stock. $5 stock and end of April. So a little over a month ago, this was a $5 stock, now at 83 cents. And that's KPRX. Low float. I thought they also had some news, but I guess not. This is the news, the financing. $5.5 million at $1.10 a share. So it's underwater under that financing price. Boy, MMV guys, wow. Stuck to my guns a little bit more. I was in this one right around here at 175, popped up to 220. As it moved back down to 208, I got out. And I was kind of hoping it would stay underneath two and then pop up over two, but it's running away from me now. But again, well, what is the next high looking left is 275. 275 on the weekly chart is the next high, and then 316. And again, it's not far-fetched to think it couldn't get through three. When I'm saying that, I'm not saying anybody to buy it now because I'm telling you that it's going to get through 316. But if it does get through 316, your next high is up here at 1315. And just look at what UCAR did yesterday. UCAR is up 67% right now. 1292 is the 200 is the VWAP. What I don't understand about this thing with Amazon and T-Mobile and Verizon, but okay. What I read earlier, though, was something about they were in talks with AT&T and Verizon to offer a cheaper mobile service. I'm just not seeing that complete headline now. Yeah, that was the news for MMV, and they put a pretty bow on that also. The chairman said, "This is a remarkable milestone in the proposed transaction. We are excited that we are moving forward with the sellers to negotiate a share purchase agreement in the next step, et cetera, et cetera." So, great press release, no doubt about it. Great press release. I'm not saying it justifies this pop, but I mean, they've painted a very pretty picture. This company is trying to acquire is one of China's leading entertainment and media companies for younger generations, et cetera, et cetera. What do you mean by intan I know what the definition of intangibles is, but in that particular case, is that like goodwill and stuff like what are in other words, they don't have drugs in their pipeline. So, when you're talking about KPRX, William. I love it. Thank you. Look at CVNA, guys. Announces the expiration of the private exchange offers relating to existing notes. Announced today the expiration and termination of its previously announced offers to exchange. So that's just hit, I think, at 9:10, I believe that just hit. Okay, I got you. Okay. Oh, MMV, MMV. So announces term sheet signed. So a term sheet signed to acquire. Ooh. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit late here. Let's take a look at briefing.com to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. A lot of downgrades for Sentinel, guys. We have four downgrades that I can see for Sentinel after earnings. Okay, there are probably more, but this is from briefing.com. Let me get some of these in, okay? And we'll get the upgrades in. So Sentinel, certainly weak. Oops, spelled that wrong. Okay, guys, pardon my spelling of upgrades. See, there's an upgrade for ESTC. I believe that might be even an earnings play. I did see it flashing on my screen. I'm not sure if it's an earnings play though. That is ESTC. Wow, look at MMV, guys. This is right at that level. My goodness. Look left. Look left. Oh, I feel not sick, but I mean, what I had this at a dollar 75. I was just hoping it would relax for a bit. Oh man, this is just ripping now. Let's see if it can pull back a little bit. I loved it. Well, if you're in this already, of course, I don't want to see a pullback for you, but I'd love to see a pullback underneath that 316. Maybe get back down to three, and then pop through it again. Maybe that's going to happen. Meanwhile, CVNA is starting to give it up on that news. TO guys, TO is starting to move. I think that's good news for William. Okay, again, lots of downgrades for S, for Sentinel, lots of downgrades. More downgrades for Dollar General, DG. A couple of downgrades for XEL, XEL. Oh, MMV. Downgrade for DNA. Oops, shoot. Just give me a moment. Hopefully I can make a change here. Okay, sorry guys, my typing is a little off this morning, so I've got something called DNS. It should be DNA. It's just hard for me to delete it. So DNA has been downgraded by Goldman, and I know I spelled upgrades wrong, so don't. Bit of a late night. I had some issues last night with my computer, so I was up late and up early this morning. So okay, now DNA. Let's take a look at DNA. See if it has had any effect with that Goldman downgrade. DNA. Why would Goldman care about these guys? 1.23 billion in the float for a $1.60 stock. Okay, yeah, I'm getting my pullback now for the MMV. Let's see if it holds three and pops from there. Key level to take out again would be the 316. You must be on really delayed data. I mean, MMV is not at 98 cents, Sachin. Okay. You must be on delayed data or something. Yeah, I mean, that's where it was yesterday. So, I mean, believe me, this is up. Somebody asked about digital, GGLY, Digital Ally. Yeah. Hey, listen, this is moving. Not an earnings play. I mean, this is one of those camera company, of course, with the yeah, I don't see any news on it. I think this has done a reverse split several times. I mean, with that float, 2.5 million in the float. I hopped on, Christian, our YouTube room. Did I hop on not weeks from our YouTube room? In the pre-market, yes, I'm out, and I'm looking to get back in, maybe on a third break of about 316, 320. But that's my trading plan. Yeah, I can't see any news for Digital Ally, GGLY. Again, my newsfeed and Interactive Brokers is just kind of, give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having a tough time finding my newsfeed. There you are. Hey, give me one moment, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my newsfeed going again. All right, guys, MMV. Highly risky, okay? Remember that float. Let's see, look at DJLY. Okay, I still don't see any news about DGLY. Oh, I see. Digital Allies Custom Entertainment enters. Oh, so that was the news. Okay, business combination agreement with Cloverleaf Cap. Okay, it's hard for me to just I can't decipher that news. Come on. I don't suggest anything, Sachin. Okay, honestly, I'm in it. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes when the market opens, but I'll do a little pre-market trading if I like what I see. I'm not. This is not a suggestion. Okay, you have to have a trading plan. Like I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes. Now I don't count the pre-market in that. And you can see it's pretty whippy. It's all about looking left, okay? But I'm keeping a real close eye on it. Okay, let me quickly look at the major sectors, doc channel bar. Click on the doc channel bar and then show more. And then our sectors. Okay, so the market's in, of course, with that debt past us now. So virtually every sector is up now. Energy, 100%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs or major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. 100%. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So you can see that virtually every sector is up. IoT is on the move here, guys. So this one has a $23 price target put on it by Morgan Stanley. So it's almost there. This is an earnings play. This is a pretty nice gap also. When you look left on the weekly chart, you don't see too much resistance. And that's IoT. All right, guys, I am okay. I mean, I have traded I've traded some of this MMV out. At this point, I hold a little bit left. I'm a little underwater in what I have left, and I'm going to wait again for a 315 break, maybe add back. Just have to be careful. It looked like that was going to really rock it again. It got up to 338, started pulling back. So it took some off just in case. And so now I'm a little underwater on the remaining part. But if it gets back over 315, I'm good again. What I'll do is I'll put an alert at 320. Sentinel, though, guys, I mean, Sentinel's had a huge drop already, of course, but with all those downgrades still, and it has not had any sort of a pop. Now, the only issue I've got with Sentinel is that the next low looking left is around 1268 or so, 1263. So it's not that far away, but 70 cents away. It's a big float. Excuse me. Okay, come on, MMV, get back up to 315. Well, I think the only reason I'm interested, just give me a moment. The main reason I'm interested in this is because of what happened to UCAR yesterday, okay? Jeez, little catch on my throat there. And another China stock that got up to $75, and I think that's why I think traders were so interested in it yesterday. Okay, so MMV is not quite as dramatic. So for those people who missed UCAR yesterday, we're saying there were, I know the way I think. If I had missed UCAR yesterday, I'd be thinking, okay, I wonder what other China stock could go crazy today that has the same kind of look. Well, here it is. Not as dramatic. Got up to 18, and UCAR had news yesterday also, but these are highly risky. I mean, with that float, I'm hearing SDA also go. Oh, SDA on the way down. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. PSTG, this was a big one yesterday. This was a huge win yesterday. Real had called this one early, an earnings play. Now, and I think it was probably helped by the market, but it was an earnings play, and it just kept running and running and running, giving it up a little bit now, giving it up a little bit. We have less than a minute to the open. Boy, this MMV is very whippy. I'm watching that bid ask. It's all over the place, guys. So, okay, I'm going to shut this down. GGB, I'm noticing is just showing up here. GGB. Interesting, guys. This is maybe interesting also. 513 is the next high looking left, approximately. Yes, listen in a minute. Thanks, guys. So let's have a great end of this trading week, everybody. And of course, next week we start our test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in. I'm just watching this MMV to see if it can just pop through 316 again and now run this time. All right, guys, we are now open. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, this could go fast. And we have a halt now. SNNS, oh, that's wow, 6 cent stock. We should have a minimum price on this. SNNP just got halted. Dr. MA, Dr. MA, DRMA. Didn't see this one really. Got up to 204 in the pre-market. Okay, guys, the last time I'm going to mention this MMV, you're on your own, how you want to trade it, if you trade it at all, okay? Just, understand that it's highly risky with that float. It's already had a huge run. All right, guys. Well, don't be afraid to manage your trade. By that, I mean, don't be afraid to take some profit on something like this. But hey, Shady, nice call on the five. I think you were the lone voice that said you'd go long five through earnings. All right, guys. So this MMV, listen, I mean, you have to pay attention. I don't think I mentioned CNTB. CNTB was on my list. Don't know what sort of reading higher after. Okay, so this is a phase two. I forgot to mention this one. It's on my list. CNTB. Uranium is still pretty hot, guys. UEC. So uranium is still pretty hot after yesterday's run. Let's take a look at URA, the ETF for uranium. Hey guys, MMV again. And again, it's all about looking left. Okay, that's all this is about, in my opinion. And that next high is 1315. I'm not saying it's getting there. LVTX, I think this is having a rebound. No, it was. It was having a rebound. Okay, so T and VZ showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but you got to be awfully careful. I mean, this is all news driven. And now somebody says Amazon, no plans to add wireless service at this time. Okay, which had effect. Now, Dish actually popped on that news. Okay, UCAR on the move again, guys, and it's up 69%. I mean, it had the big pop. It's above yesterday's high. It's above, not above the pre-market highs, and that is UCAR. What you're seeing here, guys, these are some trades that I took. This is the simulator. Okay, these are trades in the simulator, just showing how you can use the simulator. I didn't exit these trades. This one was TO, I think, was yesterday. KOPN was a couple of days ago. Just showing you how you can practice swing trading using our simulator. All right, so MMV is a really choppy mess right now. So again, I have an alert set, I believe, up in this area. I better reset it. 340, 340, 339-ish. I want to see if it takes that out later on. Look at the volume. 21 million, 8.5 million in the float. I'm going to trade the float. Float turnover will be many multiples today. Is so gosh. Oh man, is this a wild one right now? MMV, guys. Just look at the bid ask, the way I mean, it's going crazy here. And look at all the action. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh man. Well, maybe four is next. What did it got up to 380? Maybe four is next. Again, I'm not saying it's getting to four. Well, definitely gets you Gets the blood boiling right now, guys. I mean, this MMV, I mean, I mean, again, it's a matter of looking left, look left, look left. Where's my t-shirt? Somebody said they were going to give me a t-shirt that said look left. Meanwhile, guess what's bounced a bit here, guys? After all those downgrades, Sentinel S. Look at this. What a bounce for Sentinel S. 1320. That's a dollar bounce for Sentinel, even after all those downgrades. Thank you, Jamie. Well, guys, there you are. At 341, MMV now at 4. Even if you'd waited for the 10-day daily breakout. This is not trading 101, okay, guys? I mean, this is just a matter of knowing that UCAR did something crazy yesterday. Another low flow China stock had a little bit of news. You look left, it's got room. You know, you had to watch it. At the very least, watch it. Look at the SPY here, guys. So with this, wow, what a move now for the SPY here. Of course, with the debt nonsense behind us. Okay, something's gone haywire here. I have it. Somehow it's sorted incorrectly. Wondering why MMV was not showing up here. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I think I know what happened. Just give me a moment. Unfortunately, I'm going to lose all my. There we go. Okay. Wondering why I wasn't seeing MMV here. Okay, guys, here's IoT. This is an earnings play, and Morgan Stanley put a $23 price target on it. So it's already eclipsed that. That is IoT. The APLM also showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. APLM. Let's see, 629. It moved a little bit, but it really has given it up a lot. 5 million in the float. Let's see if there's any news on this one. APLM. I don't see any news. It doesn't trade very much. How can you tell? Well, 116 times normal right now, but that's 675,000 shares. So you can see that it does not trade very much. Meanwhile, IoT is really ripping here, guys. This is not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course, but this is not a low float. 109 million in the float. Earnings play. And this happens to be an AI play too from our AI. Didn't notice that. Okay, guys. Watching the MMV for a four break. I have to look at this IoT. I have to look left to see where the next highs are because this still has some potential. Perhaps 2334 right now. Looks like the next high is 2351. It did break above that a little bit. That is the next high, 2351. And then after that, 25. Oh, wow, 2528. You can see, guys, if it can take this out again, 2357, it's almost got $2 to the next high on the weekly chart for IoT. So I would definitely keep an eye to see if it can take out 2357 again. I'm sure of that. 2352. I'm going to stick a price alert right around there. Okay. And see if it takes it out again. Okay, guys. Now, Sentinel S had a nice little run, but now it looks like it's starting to give it up. It had a nice little run. It's an earnings play, got hammered down at 33%, hammered down on earnings. A lot of analysts piled into this one this morning, downgrading it. Four that I could see. So let's see. I mean, it's hard. I wish that hadn't happened. I was actually hoping that it would just remain around 13 and then start dropping steadily from 13, but it's not what happened. Okay, IoT right back up. Okay, IoT is right back up. Missed it. Missed my entry. Missed my entry on IoT. See if it comes back just a little bit. I don't want to chase it, but I mean it's got room now, guys, on the weekly chart. About $2. Spread only a penny right now. 216, 60. Well, nickel. The spread isn't bad. 68.70, 65.70. Not terrible. Okay, well, there's your digital ally running up, running up, running up. That's my sound alert on my momentum up. DGLY. Big pullback. Pre-market got up to 587, pulled all the way back down to 44. That's a big percentage pullback. All right, guys, I'm now getting more interested in the IoT. It did pull back a little bit. And IoT, I have to refresh my memory again. Um, I think it was 23. Yeah, right there. 2352. So that's the key level for it to try to hold is 2352, in my opinion. Okay. All right, there it goes, guys. There it goes. Had the little pullback. I was hoping to get that pullback. And now let's see if we can get through 24 for the IoT. So the thing I've noticed, I mean, it's not no genius here, but IoT, PD, the ones that really seem, well, of course, they're going to move because they're active all day, are the earnings plays in the AI. Okay. IoT is an earnings play, PD is an earnings play. I don't know if this one is STLD. No. So I'd be watching the earnings plays from the if you get an AI alert, I'd be watching the earnings plays. Okay. And an earnings play, of course, is any stock that released earnings pre-market today or after hours yesterday. For me anyway, that is an earnings play. You guys are talking about big, maybe making a bit of a comeback here. Yeah. The low float, 27 million in the float. Of course, I had earnings on the 26th. And it's just been that was basically an all-time low down here. I don't think I've ever seen OMON from Shady. OMON. So that's not right. So what it onion? Okay, not that's why I hadn't seen it. Yeah, look at the okay. This finally, Shady, you're showing me something that I could trade. There's a dollar to the next high looking left for ONON. What's the volume like? Decent, big float. See if there's any news on it specifically. Swiss stock. It is a retailer. 2816. It took that out. That was the next high looking left, so it's a little bit above that. And then again, it has a little over a dollar to the next high. It's on the daily chart, 2941. It's got about a dollar to the next high on the daily chart for ONON. Break 24. Come on. I'm talking to IoT. One moment, guys. I am doing some checking on what is. Okay. I might have to rely on Pepe's expertise a little bit later. Brooke, yes, all is well. Another exciting start to the day. I've never liked trading digital GGLY. It does this a lot, and I kind of backed off it. But look at all these topping tails. LVTX guys on the move. Just give me one moment. I'm just trying to do something off screen. Okay. Okay, thanks, Pepe. I think I've solved it. I think I did something off camera or off screen. I think it has been solved. So, but I appreciate it. LVTX guys. So this are trading higher after the company. What is there news on that one? After company announced Janssen selected a lead gamma delta T cell engager, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So I guess they've got some kind of a deal going with J&J or Janssen. Okay, then what sort of room does PD have? To me, 23 could hold it. There's the low on the weekly chart. That is the next low looking left is around 23. If it can take out 23, then the next low underneath is around 21.73. So that could be interesting if it can take out 23. That is PD. Earnings play. Bark, guys, is an earnings play. BARK. Bark is an earnings play. Ugh, ugly one. GWRE is an earnings play. GWRE. All right, this is interesting. Big gap down on earnings. 73 got a little bit of room. Not a lot of room for a $74 stock, in my opinion. A little over a dollar till the next lows. Big gap down though, 10% for GWRE. Okay, we've got a bit of a schizo market going again, guys. We had that nice little run and then a big giant red bar wiping that out. And now, so probably wreaking havoc on a lot of trades if you were long, especially anything that's more or less following the market. Rain, let's see. I saw rain earlier. I did see it in the pre-market and or after hours actually. Wainwright Re8 neutral, so they're not putting some crazy price target on them. Any news on Toast? Let's take a look. TOST. Yeah, it's a well, they've got a $26 price target. That was the news. That was the news yesterday. Well, that was yesterday. Let's take a look at what it did yesterday. Not much reaction. So I don't see any specific news right now on it. Just other than a bunch of analysts are pretty bullish on it. But that was yesterday, certainly not today. That news about analyst upgrades and price targets, that was yesterday. I don't see anything today. Look at PD now, guys. PD. Okay, guys, right now I'm out of everything. I'm not liking this market action right now. So I'm out of absolutely everything. I'm just kind of going to sit on my hands for a bit and see if anything interesting pops up. Is Macy's having a nice day? M? Yeah, another nice day. Earnings play yesterday got hammered down and then a great recovery all day long. I think how's Nordstrom's doing? Because Nordstrom's did almost the same thing. JWN. Take a look at Nordstrom, see what it's doing. Yeah, Nordstrom not quite as dramatic as Macy's, but definitely having another continuation. It did the same thing as Macy's did. Another it was an earnings play, gap down yesterday, and then recovered. Macy's was a lot more was cleaner. Well, there's a big kaboom for rain. Now, the big thing for rain is, well, I don't know if it'll get to 180, but if it ever got to 180, what happened here? Went from 10 down to a dollar. Well, there's a an interesting pseudonym in our YouTube room, the Unshaven Spider. Spider, as in Y, not an I. Pretty creative. Whoa, CC. Saw this in the pre-market. Didn't really think it would move that much with that float, but boy, did it ever. Showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 32.15 at 9:42 Eastern, almost 33 now. Thank you, Casa. So I sort of remember that. Meanwhile, UCAR, guys, UCAR is on the run here. Not in it. Pre-market high was 15. And you know what? If it takes it out, I have to know about it. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 1521 for UCAR, UCAR. If it takes that out, because again, look left, look at all the room. It's got $37. Oh man, look at CC. I mean, that is a great move with that float. I mean, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is 36.72 ish on the weekly chart for CC. I saw it in the pre-market, but I don't know why. I just didn't think it would have that much more in it with that float, but I certainly was wrong. That's probably something to do with the fact that the debt nonsense was finalized. Am I probably? Keep an eye on AI, guys. You know, that's a pretty big drop now for AI out of this mini consolidation. All right, boy, look at CC go. CC Rider, look at this thing go. That's a great move, 23% with 145 million in the float. That is a big, big percentage move. And okay, so Dupont and Chamur and Corteva rally following. I don't know what PFAS is. Somebody must know what. Well, maybe the settlement was less. What is P? I don't know what that acronym is for. But maybe the settlement was less than was expected, or now the company can put it behind them. I don't know. We see that with some of these opioid settlements, looks like you have to pay $1 billion. And the market rallies on that. Maybe they thought they were going to have to pay 2 billion. Anyway, that is the news. Take a look at DD. Is DD doing it also? Not as dramatic, not certainly not as dramatic as CC. And CC is actually an AI alert. I didn't even know that. What is can anybody tell me what PFAS? Yeah, well, maybe I'll do a Google search on it and see what happens. Bit of curiosity here. Free and polyfluorinated substances, PFAS, group of chemicals. So maybe they're being sued. What does PFAS do to your body? Probably nothing good. Okay, so I guess that's it. Thank you, Pepe. I took my own advice. I tell everybody just do a Google search on it, and there it was. Just a massive move here, guys, for CC. I mean, we still have room. I'm not in it. Okay, I missed my entry on it. I'm not in it. Wow, what to say about CC? I mean, I again, I saw this in the pre-market. I just did not think it was going to do. I had no idea what the news. And look at UCAR guys now above Friday's or yesterday's high. Whew. Okay, IoT right back up now. Might get back in it on a 24 break. PBLA, I saw this one in the pre-market too. Let's take a look at what it's doing. There- There's a lot of things happening in the pre-market. So this got halted, resumed. Okay. Now on the MMV, I would absolutely put a price alert around 4. Okay. Later on in the day, this could get rocking again. Okay. So better practice what I preach and put a price alert around $4 for MMV. All right, guys. I'm sorry right now, 10:17. PD is just kind of, yeah, I mean, 23, if it takes out 23, it did get down to 22.59 in the pre-market for PD. If it takes out 23, this could get it going again on the downside because it does have some room down to 21.60 or so. Oh, boy, UCAR is a whippy, very, very whippy, guys. I did not take that one. Really interested in MMV if it can take out 4 again. It may not happen, but that's why you just set a price alert and forget about it. If it does, great. If it doesn't, you just move on. Ooh, MMV getting frisky again. It's trying to hold, as somebody mentioned, it's trying to hold the VWAP. Let's take a look at where the VWAP is exactly for MMV. VWAP is at 323. And what did it get to? It got literally right to it. Okay. Remember, the VWAP's an area. So it got down to the VWAP area about 3 times on the 15-minute chart, and it held so far. But I would be really interested on a 4 break. Now, listen, just because if this triggers, doesn't mean I'm gonna pile into the trade. Just means now I know it's well, now look what happened. So ugly, 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 ugly. That's why I do not anticipate this is gonna happen. I wait for it to happen. That was ugly. Very ugly. All right, T-Mobile. Sorry, AT&T. I am sorry, AT&T. Momentum down. So this is a market low, okay? Now the pre-market low was 1478, not that far away, 15 right now at 15. So okay, so this is the rehashed press release. Amazon has been negotiating to get the lowest possible wholesale prices that would let it offer Prime members wireless plans for $10 a month or possibly for free. Read some crazy stat that there are something like might even be more. I may be underestimating, but 120 million Prime members, something like that, or even more in the United States. And what's your population? What, about 330, 340? So about a third, or it might even be more. Yeah, so that's a wild one. I mean, MMV, and it actually popped up and it came right back down. So it's pretty dicey now. Hmm. Let's check out the volume. 52 million, 8 million in the float, 8.5 in the float, 53 million if traded. Yeah, this is I mean, look at the big huge topping tail, big bottoming tail. I'm just gonna wait for four, guys. That's all I'm gonna wait for. See if it happens. IoT guys over four excuse me, four again, 24 again. You know, I saw Pac W in the pre-market. It was pretty active in the pre-market. Pac W, yeah. Look at this action in the pre-market. Then I saw this drop. Pac W, okay. The next high looking left is 857. So I mean, it's got some. Maybe let me take a look at this high here. 762. So it is above that high. Wow, this is a this is wild and woolly. Now let's see if we can get back up here. Oof, Mr. Real, you can take over. What a morning already. Yes, IoT. Come on. Got the room, guys. It's got the room. Yeah, it's got the room. As Real is saying. Next, I think I said next high looking left is 20, well, 2543 is what I've got for the next high looking left on the weekly chart, 2542. Not saying it's getting there. So we're excuse me, we are within a dollar. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. It's not, I don't scan for low float situations. It's just that obviously these stocks that move typically have to be a low float. Otherwise, you're not going to get these huge, you're not going to get these big percentage moves. But look at that, 28%, 109 million in the float. That is a great, great move for IoT. No, here's that. This is no, not an all-time low, but look at this one. WDH is an earnings play. Pretty ugly looking weekly chart with all those topping tails and bottoming tails, but this is an earnings play. Where's the next low? 218. 239 to 218 would be a great percentage move. Lots of shares also at Interactive Brokers. Over a million shares available. WDH. Volume is really low though, really, really low. 214,000 shares. That's really low. It's really only trading normally, and it's an earnings play, so I have to shy away from that. Meanwhile, CC after that little pullback, right back up. Still has room on the weekly chart. Not in it. Not in this one. That is one big wow, guys. And again, 26%, 145 million in the float. Guys, I'm going to put the what? The test drive link in. Okay, guys. So I just put the test drive link in, and this is what you'll see when you click on it. So the test drive, hey, it starts on Monday. Okay, but you'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes today. So if you sign up right now, you'll get those 10 full days. It starts on the 5th, which is Monday, for real-time data, but you'll be able to play around with the program for the balance of Friday once the market closes, plus Saturday and Sunday. It runs to the 20th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. It will cost you $11.11. Okay. Now understand that if you can't start on the 5th and go right to the 20th, you will not get the full 10 trading days. If you can start on the 6th, you'll get 9 days. Okay. Just to let you know. So it is not 10 days from whenever you start. If you sign up right now, again, you're basically pre-registering. Don't expect to get you won't be able to load the program until about an hour after the market closes today. Okay. Then after that, you can play around with the program, and I'll give you a link, couple of links that I will suggest that you do. If you take this test drive, please take it seriously. I know it's only $11.11, but please don't show up Monday morning and not have a clue about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, there's a link I'm going to give you, and you should know, a few things about Trade Ideas before you take the test drive or while you're in the test drive. A couple important things. When the test drive, when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. I saw a couple of emails last night asking this question. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we do not put you into a subscription. Okay. We are not that type of company. So you're not automatically put into a subscription. When it's over, you'll have an email. You'll get an email, with a nice promo code that you can use if you do want to take out a subscription. But we do not put you into a subscription. Now, I don't know when the next test drive is. The last one was in October, so that was a long time ago. I have no idea when the next one will be. Another question we get a lot: do you have free trials? We don't have free trials, so this is about as close as you're going to get. And of course, the room is like this all the time. But you'll be able to come into the trading room. I'll be on the mic between 9 and about 3:30 Eastern time. But the room is like this all the time. This is not set up just for the test drive. That is the test drive, guys. And as promised, yeah, if you're a standard subscriber, you still have to pay the 11.11, okay? And then you'll be bumped up to premium, and then once the test drive is over, you'll move back down to standard unless you decide you want to stay. Then you just let us know. There is no difference, Sasha. There's no difference. This room is like this all the time. Okay, there's no difference. This is the room. You don't have to buy no, no, you don't have to pay 11 if you're already a member of the of Trinity is you don't have to take the test drive, of course. Of course not. This is basically for new people, who don't have trade ideas right now and who want to try us out. All right, now I put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to find on my homepage. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, of course, but Barry15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you take out a subscription, and if you're going to take the test drive, you can actually look at this right now to get started. You don't have to worry about the download and install yet. But if you take out a subscription now, absolutely take a look at this. Okay, it'll only take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. And again, run through the download and install, your first startup and login. And this is what I'm saying though. You should know episode 7, important intro to scans, top lists, episode 8, and alert windows, episode 9. At least know that, before you take the test drive. Okay. Also, if you were new to Trading 101, this is a course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created. And it starts off with the most basic first video. What is a stock? And it gets progressively, I don't want to say harder after that, but just more detail. So you can take a look at this if you're brand new to trading. It's free. I do a daily stock of the day video that is free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here, okay? If you click here and click on that user guide. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but I'm going to emphasize this again, the getting started. Do the getting started at least. Here is a little more detail about what an alert window is and the T window, what a top list window is. And I would take a look at stock racing. Okay, on stock racing, we've got 4 videos and race startup, race configuration. This is all clickable. Now you can do this right now. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. Okay, so this at least gives you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. There's that getting started again. So the daily support sessions, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week, so it works out perfectly. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I will confirm that. And that's like this all the time. Okay, so next week, for the next 2 weeks, you can also head over to our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The reason why is good is because, I am the most active trader of the group. The other guys are not quite as active as I am, and they are a lot more into swing trading. I'm not into swing trading at all. So it's always good, I think, to head over there between 12 and 1. You can ask general questions, of course, about trade ideas, but you can also ask them, what do they like to do? Now, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So again, if you're going to take part of the test drive, if you don't want to create any of your own scans. You don't have to. I've created quite a few scans here that you can take a look at. I will create a layout for the test drive, probably the layout that you see, okay? So that you're not, when you come in, you don't have to, number one, create everything from scratch. Now, this is what I like to use in the pre-market. These are two top lists that I use in the pre-market act. Excuse me, pre-market access. Man, guys, I'm sorry. I think I told people earlier. I was up really late last night and up early this morning. I was having some issues with the computer. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna get the trading room open. So I was sort of agonizing about that all night. So I'm a little lax in the sleep department today. Pre-market act is up and down, is what I've been using in the pre-market for years. Here's that Halts resumes right here. The dock momentum up and down is right here. Okay, now if you don't want to look at stocks that are moving down, these are, in theory, these are short opportunities. If you don't care about that, then just click the X, and then you'll only see stocks moving up on momentum. These are probably my two favorite scanners, the daily breakdown, which is looking for shorts, and the daily breakout looking for longs. Okay. But I do have others, excuse me, I do have other scans that I am sharing. This is the race that you see here, biggest gainers from the open right here. So I do share a lot of scans. So again, if you don't want to create any scans, that's fine. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you click on it, then you can go up to this section right here. Also, if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans and that big education section anytime you want. All right, let's take a look at what's happening here. I'll tell you what, that MMV and the IoT, out of the IoT again, guys, just no, well, I mean, I can't complain. I mean, when it broke 24, but I'm out of it again, okay? I think that 25 level might stall it, so I'm out of it again. I know I said looking left, it has room, but I'm always very wary. At 25 is a fairly psychological, I think it's a pretty big psychological number. And the MNV doesn't look good at all now. But you never know. Later on, you never know. So I got my alert set, price alert set. So this is what the AI looks like, guys. I mean, it had IoT, CC, PD. I mean, these are three nice trades, nice alerts. IoT is an earnings play. CC had news, and PD is an earnings play. This is part of the premium service. Now, one thing I should say is that if you're going to take this test drive and you're in it because you want to try auto trading, then don't do it because we're not allowing auto trading at all. Certainly not auto. We're going to not allow auto trading for the AI going forward, but you cannot even auto trade your own strategies. Okay, so there's no auto trading allowed during the test drive. So that was the only reason to take the test drive. Then don't do it. Oh yeah, yeah. You'll see this. I'm probably going to display this window. Absolutely. But if you take the test drive, you'll have it. You'll have access to it. Okay, yeah, maybe I should reiterate this. You can't auto trade the AI, but you'll have access to all the. Oh yeah, you'll have access to this screen right here. You need so even if I'm not displaying it, you'll have access to this. So I better make myself more clear. I didn't mean that you won't have access to the AI. You just won't be able to auto trade it. Okay. And I'll be honest, I would not pay any attention to an exit price. I would pay attention to the stop price. But exit prices to me, you know what? I don't even know if CC has an exit price. You have to understand how the AI kind of works. There are a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and the strategies that make the cut, meaning they have the right profit factor, and there's one other metric I can't even remember what it is. Those are the strategies that make the cut. I really don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about are what alerts I get. Okay. Now, when it goes through this optimization procedure, typically there might be a price target put in. Thing is, though, what if the price target was here for CC at 32? Why would you get out of it? Okay. I mean, it kept moving higher and higher. But what if the price target happened to be right up here? So I pay no attention to price targets. The only thing I would pay attention to is the stop. I would absolutely obey the stop that is placed on it. And the other thing is I would never get hung up on having to get in right at the penny. Okay. These are alerts. These I use this like a watch list. But the first thing that happens if I get the alert, I'll click on it and I'll see what's happening. I'll check to see what pattern it's coming from. If it's a stock that may be kind of market related, in other words, moving with the market, I'm going to watch to see what the market's doing. You know what I'll do also? I'll look left to see what sort of room it has. So I'm never ever going to get hung up. I mean, I cannot believe the people that say, "Man, we got the alert at 2313 but it was 2317 or 2320 before I could take the trade." You guys are missing the point. And I'm not talking about anybody in this trading room, okay? These are not designed to make 7 cents or 8 cents or 10 cents. Well, as I just explained, but understand, I don't take every trade. I mean, I am very selective about what I do with the AI. But as I explained, I don't. I get the alert. I examine it, figure out what I want to do with it, and does it make sense to me? That 2313, did that make sense? Yeah, because it was over that high there. It made sense. I didn't take it there though. It was a little too early for me. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. I usually stick to my guns on that, but that's just me. But I would definitely obey the stop. But the AI is not meant to just blindly do, just what no, I got to get in at that entry. And I think it's also probably prudent to pay attention to the alerts that happen because maybe something's happening. IoT is an earnings play, PD is an earnings play, and CC had news. Okay. I have no idea about the rest of them. I suppose I could check on the KYMR. The other thing too is that they can set up later on in the day. But what is this asking us to do to short this one? Is there news on this one? I don't see any specific news on it. It certainly has gapped down a lot. So, you could look at this and go, okay, they had the alert at 2628. It actually popped up a little bit from there. Maybe I put a price alert a little bit underneath that 26 at 28 and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Sometimes you'll get an alert. I don't know what happened to IoT right at that suggested entry, 2313. So look what happened. It actually moved back down. So you missed it. If you missed that one, oh, let me make sure. Yeah. So what would have happened on this candle here, 941? So yeah. So if you had missed it, there it is at 2313, and it moved up to 2372. He said, "Darn it, I missed it." Well, look what happened the next candle. It almost got right back down to that, right back to the suggested entry. Okay, so it's to be followed all day. Sometimes you don't get it, you miss it early. Maybe you don't see the alert. And I have no idea what the price target is for IoT. But if you had followed it blindly, it got out at 2332 from 2313. Terrible. I mean, not terrible, but I mean, you may have got out there, but you should have been back in it at some point because it was just trading so well. Okay, so I know this is not what people want to hear. They just want to hear, take this trade right here and wait, for the end of the day, and we'll all make money. I wish it were like that, but it is not. It's like my 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. Not every single alert here is going to be stellar. I love my alerts, but I always have to check to see what's happening. And just like Real is saying, I mean, you've got to have some trading, knowledge, some trading, chart reading ability. But I'm a very simple trader. I mean, I look at these things and I just look left. Does it have room to go? Yeah, okay. Then I'm really interested. That is one of the huge checklists. When I talk about why I take a trade, I have a checklist, and that is probably one of the biggest things that has to be checked. Otherwise, I just don't take the trade. And I may be completely wrong about the IoT. Maybe it'll break right through 25, but that's just the way I trade. I hope it does. I hope it does. I hope it breaks right through 25. It'll be doing it without me, but I'm very happy with the trade I made in it. Oof. Okay, guys, 1050. Hey guys, remember you can ask questions all day long from me. Don't worry, don't think you're bothering me or anything like that. If I'm in a trade, and I have to really actively watch the trade, I'll let you know, okay? But I mean, typically, I'm generally not in more than two trades at a time. Most of the time, I'm only in one trade, so I can manage the trade. Now look at UCAR now. Look at UCAR now. I think it was shortable for me yesterday. Let's see if they're still shortable. Oh, not now. They've been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, the market is just putting in a great. Now that the debt nonsense is behind us. Thanks, Weeks. Yeah, real. I always like to say, give me the middle two thirds. I don't have to be right at the, if I'm going to go long something, I don't have to be right at the very bottom and then sell right at the top. Try to give me the middle two thirds. I'll be extremely happy. Let other people take the risk on trying to bottom fish something, perhaps. Let's take a little bit of a look here. What you're seeing here, this is you have access to this now only if you're using our downloadable application. I should reiterate that. If you're taking this test drive because you want to practice trading, okay, which you can using this what we call B plus brokerage plus, great. But you if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Okay, got to be upfront about that. Now there are ways in which you can use it if you're using our web-based version, and typically you're using our web-based version, it's because you've got a Mac or you only have a tablet. But if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or something, which I know a lot of people at Trade Ideas, not me, but a lot of people at Trade Ideas have Macs, and that's what they do. They use an emulation program, or they use something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, and then you can use the app. I think it might be available now, Alex. I think there was a new beta put in. I think somebody asked, when is the new beta available? Oh boy, let me check our homepage. Okay, there's the download. This is the production version, and if you scroll down, here's the beta. So I don't know what the previous beta was, but this is the latest beta on our homepage, 5.6.49. So that is the latest beta right now. So that is not a new beta. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I would anticipate a new beta this afternoon. Okay, guys, so I was going to talk about this Brokerage Plus window. So again, you have to be using our downloadable application, both for the races and for Brokerage Plus. Okay. Now, Brokerage Plus, I'm going to put a little link in here. So I put a link, a Brokerage Plus link, and there are two videos in there. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. You don't have to use it, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's an option, it's a feature, and it's available again. And if you watch that, the first short video, it shows how you actually connect. And you notice Brokerage Plus, there are two options underneath. One says live and one says sim for simulation, paper trading. Look at this market go, guys. And you will be able to use, yes, you will be able to use Brokerage Plus to trade during the test drive. Okay, if you want to, only if you have an interactive like Trade Live, if you have an interactive brokers account or an E Trade account. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Especially if you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Now, our simulator will be available, of course, during the test drive, but after the test drive, right now, all you need is our standard service. It uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. Okay. So if you're unsure about who your broker is going to be, you're just starting out, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then it uses our real-time data. Yeah. So SS is saying, yeah, if you don't care about running the races and you don't care about practicing trading, then the web-based version is fine. I still think it's not ever going to be as good as the app, just because you can do things like this. Okay, if you got multiple monitors, you can move things around a lot easier. But hey, listen, if you don't, the web-based version is fine if you don't care about Brokerage Plus and running races. Hopefully, this is going to work. Yeah, this happened yesterday too. Ah, good, 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 good. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so when you click on an alert, I'm clicking on it. Excuse me, I'm clicking on these symbols in the race. If I clicked on an alert here in momentum up, the symbol will show up in Brokerage Plus. If you click on quantity, you can pick here, or you can, put a specific share size in. First, I better click on sim though. Okay, when you click on sim, then you're in your simulator. Okay, sorry, I should have clicked on sim. Now you're in your simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now, this is what happened. I took this trade yesterday in the simulator, TO. I took this one a few days ago in the simulator just to show how it works. Our drama queen of a dog. I don't know if you heard that in the background. But again, yeah, so simple. It's simple to use. You click on the alert, the symbol shows up, and then you pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Okay. And you click the buy button and then the send. I wish we got rid of that step, but anyway, that's just the way it is. The second video, by the way, in that Brokerage Plus goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. I wouldn't get too, I wouldn't get too into the weeds in it. I would just take some trades, see how it works, place some stops. Meanwhile, meanwhile, look at PD now, guys. So, I mean, look at this. I mean, IoT earnings play, PD earnings play, CC News. I have no idea about the other ones. I didn't click on them. Just concentrate on the ones that are moving. I don't mean that, and this is not cherry picking, okay? I mean, this just makes sense to me anyway. Why is something moving for a reason? Then it's probably going to be active all day. PD right here, 2322 from my 10-day daily breakout. Let's just compare my 10-day daily breakout. 2322, so PD, so that was earlier. Okay, 2363 from the AI. Didn't hit mine until oh, so what happened here is that we got the alert on my 10-day daily breakout, a breakdown at 2332, but obviously it popped up. It moved higher. And when it did that, that's when the AI alerted it. Okay, so it obviously moved higher and then it dropped. IoT, I think a little bit earlier. IoT 2335 from my break. No, I'm wrong again. And this was 20. So the AI beat me. CC. Okay, CC. And my breakout was at 3215, and here it was at 3240. Probably see a lot of similarities because these typically when a stock has earnings or news, it's going to be it'll probably be very volatile. Lots of action, lots of relative volume. That's what all this is looking for is high relative volume. What do I mean by that? Not too interesting to see. Excuse me. I think people get hung up on how many shares a stock has traded. Oh, I only want to see stocks that have traded 5 million shares or a million shares. And that's fine. But what if it normally does, 5 million shares in a day? What will be interesting about that? And that's where our relative volume filter comes in. Okay. The relative volume filter right now for IoT is 23. What that means is it is trading 23 times normal up to this time of day, what it's done on average. So that's abnormal. And that's what we want to see. Well, in this particular scan here, I have a very high relative volume. Has to be at least 8. There are other filters in here, but it has to be at least 8. That's why don't get too many alerts. I mean, only 3 alerts on the downside, few more on the upside, but we'll never be inundated with alerts in this window, or excuse me, in that scan because of that relative volume, high relative volume. Yeah. Well, thanks, SS. I know a broken record. You've been in the room enough times. You hear me say this. If Trade Ideas had a decree saying going forward, saying you can only have one long strategy and one short strategy. That's it. This would be it for me. The only reason I like to see the news, SS, is it gives me an idea of whether or not I think the stock will be active all day. Okay, that's really my intention of looking at the news. It's not because I look at IoT and I dove into that earnings release and try to figure out whether or not that earnings release was good enough. What did they guide and all that sort of stuff. But I wanted to know, okay, it's moving because of news. So typically, the stock should be active all day. In the case of CC, and I actually didn't see the news on CC. I should have looked at it. I saw it in the pre-market. I saw that it was active, but my problem with it, I thought, okay, but it's a pretty large float. So I mean, how much more damage is it going to do? Obviously a lot more. And I didn't really check the news. It was only after it started moving like this, I said, "Well, what the heck is going on with this?" Because this is a big a fairly big company. So usually for a fairly big company to move like this, there has to be some news associated with it. For these low floaters, sometimes you'll look for news and there isn't any. It's just because some group somewhere in the world has got a hold of it, and then other traders are piling in. There's really no news. All right, I want to go over what time is it now? 11:07. So I just want to go over the races and why I think it's a good idea to have the races up and running, especially if you're new to trading, because it gives you a watch list to focus on. Trade ideas and it can be overwhelming, especially if you have too many alert windows and too many top lists and all these things, and you're clicking like mad all day long and all your alerts, and you're getting nothing done. So this allows you to really just focus on 10 stocks. So how does that happen? Every race starts from a top list window. And this is the top list window that this race originates from. So this is and I'm sharing this race, and I'm also sharing a large cap race, the stocks that have at least 500 million market cap. You will not see stocks in that race that are, usually anyway, have high percentage moves. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So in this particular top list, why is a stock in here in the first place? Well, if I right click and click on configure, and click on summary. If the price is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll make this list. It'll be in this list. So top lists, how the top lists were used in the past, and they can still be used, don't get me wrong. But if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today with all those filters, as long as I have it as a column header, and you see that little C percent, that is change from the close of yesterday. So if I double left click rapidly, I can see that IoT is up 30%, RNAS is 28, etc., all the way down. Okay. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade today, it's opening trade today. Oh, look at this one. EHTH is up 17%. Okay. Again, that's all well and good, but how are we going to use this to trade? How am I going to find a stock that's really moving here? I could stare at this 17 to see if it's going to go to 17 and a half or 18. But what if some stock down here, this SLQT at 8%? What if for some reason, what if for some reason it starts to move? Now it's 9%, 10%, 15%. How could I possibly see that? That's where the races come in. Now, this is all customizable. I like to run a 4-minute race. There's no real scientific reason. I could have been, but when we started racing, or the ability to race, I don't know, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I decided I wanted to run 4-minute races. You can run 5-minute races, you can run 2-minute races, you can run 10-minute races, all customizable, and that's where you go to the user guide. This race is almost over, and there will be a winner declared now. So this ATLX won the race. Why did it win the race? Because when the race started 4 minutes ago, it was the one that moved the most percentage-wise. That's why it won the race. I'm going to get rid of this right now. And that's the whole basis of it. Instead of having to look at a top list window and try to figure out what's moving now, you let the race do that for you. It'll tell you the stocks that meet all your filter requirements that are moving the most. Okay, so there's rent. It's not a big move yet. And the thing is, rent is leading right now, but I don't know where some other stock could just pop right to the top. And who knows, maybe it'll be moving 5, 10, 15%. Click on it, see what's happening. Well, what happens over the course of the day is that the stocks that win the most races form a top list for you or a watch list for you. Okay. So in the number one position, and it's pretty obvious earlier on, MMV won 4 races, this CNSP won 4 races, etc. So this watch list is automatically built for you. Then you can just concentrate on these stocks. And look at this, guys. IoT might take 25. For instance, here's CNSP. Let's see what it's doing now. Okay, well, it's a big pullback. Now you might be a pullback player, and look at what's doing. It's the VWAP is at 208, and it's at 209 right now. If you're a VWAP player, if you're thinking, well, I think that VWAP might hold it, let's see if it moves a little bit higher, and maybe if it gets up to 214, I take the trade. That has to be your, maybe part of your trading style. There are a lot of people. I mean, I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day before I take the trade. But a lot of people, of course, much prefer to take pullbacks to certain levels. VWAP is sort of a universally watched level, but you may have a moving average that you like. Maybe the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Maybe the 10 SMA. I know Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's why you've got to practice trading. There's no right or wrong way to trade. Well, you click, and so maybe you put an alert. Maybe I put an alert at 2:14 and see if it takes it out later. Maybe that's enough to get me into the trade. It's a very low float, 2 million in the float. So I mean, it could get super active again. You look left. What did it get up to today? 233. It took out that high, a few pennies. The next high is 256. It's not bad. But go through them, see what's happening. HLP, let's take a look at HLP. I don't know what's happening with HLP right now, but let's take a look. Another one that pulled back. And interestingly, another one that pulled back right to the VWAP. Now, you can also create a race of just stocks that you like to follow. You go to our guide and you'll see something. I think it's in the section called watch lists, how you create a watch list of stocks that you like to follow. Maybe there's a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow. You can create a watch list. You attach it to your top list window. All this is in the guide. And then you right click and you launch the race based on only those stocks. It's a commonly asked questions. Can I run a race just on stocks that I like to follow? Of course, the answer is yes. You guys are talking about SDA? Yeah, well, resumed ELTX. Oh my goodness, ELTX. So this is a okay. So because it was trading in the pre-market, looks like this was a SPAC that turned into ELTX. Take a look at the news. Completion of the merger with Angion Biomedica. Was this a SPAC? Okay, it wasn't a SPAC. It was not a SPAC. Oh man, so this is also a reverse split. Boy, so a merger and a reverse split today. So I have no idea what the float is now. Okay, guys, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to say something here. Phew. Normally, this test drive, you have access to the program about an hour after the market closes. Okay, I'm trying to get a confirmation now. Now they're telling me it's going to be Saturday morning. So man, I'm just having a conversation with our marketing and our developers. Okay, every other test drive, it's been about an hour after the market closes on Friday. You have access to it. William. Give me a moment, guys. I have to put my cell phone on mute. Okay, just give me a moment. Guys, I'm still trying to get a definitive answer on this. When you're going to have access to it. It looks like we're going to be able to do it. The switch, the guy who's sort of flips the switch on this, looks like we're going to be able to do it after the close. Anyway, guys, sorry about that. So I am watching now the IoT again. I'm not in it anymore, but I'm inclined to take a look at it on a 25 break now. Okay, later on, because it still does have some room. Guys, let's see what else is happening. GSIT. Wow, GSIT. I bet you this is, yeah. Somebody asked me about this GSIT yesterday, and had a nice move, and now it has taken out yesterday's high. I did see this pre-market, but then I saw all this. I thought, okay, big profit taking all the way back down to 668, and now back up to 8. RMTI, what is RMTI doing? RMTI is up to 450 approximately, low float, 9 million in the float. All right, so this is an AI alert on a short KYMR. Let's see if it breaks 26, what would happen? There's the next low, right around 26. Yeah, I mean this has got some room, guys. KYRMR has some room. If it takes out 26, then the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 24.18. So about $2. It's got some room. See if there's any news on this one. Not a low float, 44 million, not high. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one, why this is getting kind of trashed today. I mean, they're going to be participating in an upcoming. Is it today they're doing it? Because maybe no, it's on the 14th. So I have no idea why this is moving down. Okay, guys. Now RMTI just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout also. Okay, well, where could it go? Really? Wow, this is 2019, guys. This really, to me, has no near-term resistance. RMTI, I have to go back to 2019 before we see these sort of highs. So RMTI, low float, 9 million. So again, always be careful. What a move by the SPY. Holy smokes. Look at this move, guys. Take a look at the SPY here on the weekly. So I mean the all-time highs are up here. If we're okay, we're still a piece away, but boy, this is really this takes this out here, this 431 next week. Today, who knows? Okay, RMTI. Is there any news on this one? RMTI, I don't see anything. But it had some news a couple of days ago, though, because that's when it first really started to break out. RMTI. Let's take a look at my news and see if there's any. Wainwright maintains a buy, and what price did they put on it? I don't see they put a price on it. Well, here's a $9. Maybe that's them. Maybe it's a $9 price target for RMTI. Probably is raising the price target from 7 to 9. So that has caused that's given that a lift. But look what happened. Look what happened just after that. All right, guys. Andy just confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room in an hour, half an hour. I was wondering what that meant, Jeffrey. Okay, but let's take a look. Let's see if it breaks out over 450 again. Okay. Yeah, just got the bit of a rug pull on that one. Let's see if it breaks out over 450 again. I didn't even look. Market's up 600. You're right. 600. Wow. They still Target. Let's take a look at Target. Keep an eye on IoT, guys. IoT, you know, if it takes out 25, I mean, look what it's doing. Basing just underneath 25. We get some volume and it pops through 25. And it still has that room. 20. Oh, wait a minute. Or does it? The next high is 25.42. So I don't know. Maybe not enough room. 3M, you guys are talking 3M, MMM. Hmm. Yeah, wow. So this is another one of these PF, as I just learned today, a per and polyfluoroalkyl water pollution. This is another one that I guess settled and moving on that settlement. That's what moved CC. My opinion, are stocks volatile a few months after? What is a few months? 3 months, 4 months, 10 months? What do you mean by that, Peter? And I really, to be honest, I have no idea. I don't really track the IPOs that much after the first week, really. Well, of course, UCAR is a special case, though. I mean, UCAR being a China IPO, very very low float. I mean that is a special case in my opinion. And it did had a crazy crazy day the first day, and then just collapsed. I had some news yesterday, and a little bit of follow through today. Yeah, so I mean, if you're asking me, typically in general, do IPOs 3 months after, 4 months after, 2 months after, 1 month after, do they get active? I really don't know, Peter. I don't track it that closely. If I were maybe more of a swing trader. Now, Michael's got that one. Where is it now? In the channel bar, in the anchored VWAP, where he looks at the pullback to IPO. So he tracks it in this particular scan. So a pullback to the IPO. I don't know when this IPO was, but there's PR. See if I can see one that I even know. Oh, there. Well, here's UCAR as an example. Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I want more, a little more. Here's Getter. I remember seeing Getter, GETR. So I mean, this one, got up to what, eight? Oh my goodness, is it all the way down here? What a terrible IPO. How about PKST? Yeah, I really can't tell. I mean, this PKST as an example got all the way up to 47.27. This could be an interesting one. Take a look at this PKST though. No, this is on in the pullback to IPO. You know what? So this is an interesting one. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with this, but there's the anchored VWAP right there. Okay, for PKST. You imagine if it breaks out. I mean, this is really basing quite nicely underneath that anchored VWAP line. That's that purple line. And if it breaks out, I mean, look at the room it's got. That's an interesting one, actually. Now, this anchored VWAP is going to be available to everybody. Okay, it's from the channel. Right now, it's an add-on service, but it will be available to everybody for the test drive. This is a really interesting one. I mean, what I'd be doing is I'd be putting a price alert. You know, around 25.78, and see if it takes that out. Those are the highs of 1, 2, 3, almost 4 daily candles. Because look at the room it's got. UCAR, ugly now. And IoT, look at the struggle. Look at the struggle to get through 25, guys. Right now, things have really settled down for me anyway. I'm not getting too many new alerts. KJ, that is in the, you have to have access. I can't share it. Okay. It's not a shareable scan, but if you have to, this is an add-on. Okay. This anchored VWAP channel, and it is an add-on. You know, I think it costs $49 a month, okay, for these scans. But you'll have it, excuse me, you'll have available, it'll be available, excuse me, guys, I'm really tongue-tied. You'll have it available to you during the test drive. And I also think though that, yeah, it'll be available to everybody during the test drive. Even if you're not taking the test drive, they're going to make it available to everybody. Okay. We cannot share the scan. There's no scan to share. You know, Michael Noss created all this, and so there's not like there's no scan to share. It is not included in the annual membership. No, it is it's the only first time we ever had an add-on. This is the anchored VWAP. We put on a webinar on this with Brian Shannon, who created who I don't know if he's the absolute originator of it, but certainly he is a chief proponent of it. And they put it on a webinar a while back. But you can certainly next week you'll have access to it for 10 trading days, okay? Then you can make up your mind if you think it's worth it for $49 a month. And again, all you do is go to our toolbar, click on new. Excuse me, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, and then click on anchored VWAP. Okay. Now there are a bunch. Well, this is the idea of it. Okay. This is the idea behind it. And then these are the strategies CNCP is triggered for me. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. These are the strategies. So there's the pinch. If you right click, select strategy. Now all of these are part of the standard service. Okay, all of these ones are part, but the AVW anchored VWAP is not. So these are the add-ons. So we have the pullback weekly, pinch weekly from IPO, etc. I don't recall having an IPO channel. Back to 2,500. Sure, why not? Yeah, I don't think we ever had an IPO channel. Um, Now, yeah, you can create your. The problem with this, I think now I know what you're talking about. Okay, right click, configure, symbol lists, add existing lists. Now, I think we might have had an IPO. Here we go. IPOs last 12 months. But I'll be totally honest, I don't know who's responsible for updating this. You know what? But this is what I would do. Okay, KJ. I do talk about IPOs, but this is what I would do. Time is it right now? 11:46. Okay, I got some time. Have some time. And maybe, you probably heard me talk about this, or maybe not. I would create my own list. I wouldn't rely on hope. I don't know if it's automatically done or if somebody, I'm certainly not responsible. I just asked around. Nobody seems to be responsible for certainly manually putting it in. But this is what I would do. Okay. This is, I don't know if you use this at all. So here are the recent IPOs, the last 100 IPOs. Here they are. Okay. You could create a symbol list just with, oh, okay. So you do that. Okay. And then, of course, you've got your IPO calendar or the ones. That's what I would do. I would just not, you do it on the weekend. I would not rely on our symbol list. It's kind of fun also to see what they are and just put them in, and then you can start deleting as you're not interested. And there's that UCAR down here, U Power. Well, actually, let's see what is on store for next week. Let's see, the 6th night, that's next week. Okay. So Yeah, so this is what I do. I mean, I'll make it, I'll probably start doing it again. We just haven't had that many. What time is it? 11:48. I have time. This is what I do because I think you should be prepared. And I'm not just talking to you, KJ, just, anybody. Oh yeah, look at MMV. You're right. It just bounced right back up to 3. So this is what I do. Okay, so here's the first one, AZTR. Okay, supposedly the week of. Okay, should be the next week. These are more definite. They say Friday, but we'll see. But anyway, I will put this in here, and here's how I do it. So remember, AZTR. Let me shrink this up a bit. So I'm going to put AZTR in our chart. Okay, obviously not trading. So just create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. $1. I'm going to put $1. It should open more than $1. But here's the key. Notes. 2.4 million, 2.4 million. And the suggested price is going to be between, I'm just going to put 4 to 5. Okay. Sometimes we'll put pink equity. I know they're kind of specializing in these really cheap ones. So when it starts to trade, what I want to know is, okay, is it above the suggested IPO price? How many shares were issued and all that? Because if this opens at 2 or 3, then you think, well, okay, not that much enthusiasm for it. But if it opens at 6 or 7 or 8, then there's some enthusiasm. So instead of having to go back and find out, what it was all about. The other thing I do, the other thing I do is this. Is it China? And I want to see if it's China because, these China ones, and obviously not China. That's the other thing that I would add. So now I just save it. This is the only time I put a note in my price alerts. Now let's take a look at this one. SXTP, SXTP. And again, this is something you can do on the weekend. Do the same thing, right click, right click. And I actually think this is a far better way than having some kind of an IPO list because at least you'll have some idea about what the IPO is all about. This is another crazy low one, 1.4 million, and between 4:30 and I'm going to say 4 to 6. Sort of familiar with these guys, Wallach, so I'll put them in. Okay, now I'm set. To the next one. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put the time. I should have put the when. So I should have added that Friday. I'll do it for this one. Lafayette. And actually, let's see if this was a China one. Oops. Oh, looks like it's a US base, so it's not China. Okay, now I'll do Lafayette, LEC. Create the price alert. $1. Notes. So again, 1.2 million. Very low. I mean, that's why these things can go crazy. Between 5 and 7. I know ages. Should have checked to see whether or not I doubt very much this is going to be China, but yeah, it's not China. And Friday. So I'll just put 6/16. So I know it's supposed to open on Friday. Save it. And this one is, the following week. I won't do it right now, but so you see, that's the exercise I like to go through because then when you hit your price alert, you know a little bit about it. And sometimes, some of these things don't open when they, the suggested time. I've got some in here, I think, for months that have never opened. I probably should go back and take a look, but all right, let me take a look at the MMV, see if it's really has any power left. Well, there's your VWAP right there at 317. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. Some volume coming in. There is some volume coming in. Look at the 15-minute chart. You see a little bit of volume burst, that little blue bar there. You know what has been a real snoozer after that first little pop-up is been Sentinel. That's just a snoozer here. Now, I refuse to believe it's PJ, if he's listening, I refuse to believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's just sitting at 13. Earnings play, bunch of downgrades. The only issue really, I suppose, is, this 1283 is kind of holding it. It's basically a lifetime low. Lifetime lows look like they're right around 1267. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. That'll be taking my break. And Andy will be taking over for me in less than 5 minutes. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over to YouTube and listen to Andy for his hour. You know what, Peter? A good exercise would be to take a look at that IPO calendar and just start to take and check the recent IPOs. The last 100, and just input them and see what they've done since the IPO. Look at it a month out. Look at it 2 months out. And here's that link for it. Okay, you can just take a look at the last 100. Or go back as far as you want and just check to see, okay, what did it do a month afterwards, 2 months afterwards? Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'm going to keep YouTube open. And I'll just wait for Andy to show up. I see this is an earnings play, guys. Tilly's. I used to have a Tilly hat way back when. Tilly's is an earnings play. It's TLYS. And I wouldn't lose sight of the IoT. Again, just easiest thing to do, just put a price alert on it at 25 and see if it takes out 25. I wonder why Rogers, this is a big cable company in Canada, well, cable and mobile, that should not have been affected by this Amazon deal. Unless I think Amazon is going to try to come into Canada and do the same thing. Good luck with our regulators. And there he is, Mr. Andy himself. Good morning, Andy.
Hey, Barry, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Nice. Doing good, buddy. Doing good. Oh,
Getting all set for our test drive next week.
yeah. Ready for it, man. Ready for it.
We've actually
And
got quite a few signups and
yeah,
growing, so this will be a
yes,
good one.
it will be a good one. It will be a good
I
one
was
with some.
I was
Go ahead.
actually surprised that the last one was October. I mean, I thought for some reason I thought it was January, but
Yeah, it's
so
been a while. Yeah,
it's been a while. So there's a pent up enthusiasm, I guess, for it.
I think so. I think so. And well, it's a good deal for to come in and check it out for 2 weeks for just pay for the data fee. So
Yeah, exactly,
that's nice. Yeah.
exactly. Now, I always like to ask the guys who come in and relieve me. Anything interesting that you did this morning that you want to pass on?
Uh,
And I don't
well,
mean your daily.
not so much. Well,
I
last
don't
couple
mean
of
your
days.
daily life.
Yeah. Oh, my daily life.
No, I
Okay.
don't mean your daily life.
Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna say, man.
Stock transaction
Yeah.
wise.
Well, you know how I always have an eye on China, right? So I
Yes.
actually caught the bottom a couple of days ago, actually yesterday, and
Yes.
then I got some carrying over today. But yeah, so it's been a good couple of days. I'm really disappointed in this LI though, man. Because
Oh
it
yeah.
was it was holding up. It had a really nice,
Hmm.
just kind of in a range here while China was getting beat up, and then it popped through this morning and just yeah,
I
so
know. I'm looking at it right now. Well, what is
yeah.
KWeb doing?
K-Web's doing okay. I'm actually in that from
Oh yeah, look at that.
25.39. Yeah, so that
Wow.
yeah, you can see my buy signal down there. So that one's
Yeah.
holding up. Yeah.
Well,
Um,
And KWeb is just like flatlining right now, which is a little bit interesting because it doesn't
mhm,
usually do that.
yeah.
But yeah. Well, what about XPEV and
Oh,
Neo
the
Nio?
Neo and that's probably what's dragging on my lead, man. Those things, but I keep up with the numbers and stuff over there, and Lee is just killing them right now. As far
Yeah.
as and they're actually doing very well. Their numbers have been very strong, so it's definitely a spec play, but I'm not giving up on it.
Hmm. Now,
But
talking
no,
China, did you get into the MMV?
the MMV.
Yeah. Come on, man. You're the China man. MMV.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not my stuff.
Oh, your
Barry,
style.
oh, you want to hear a nightmare of a story, Barry?
Sure. Always up
So
for
I
nightmares.
felt this U car was going to have a move. I was in this for probably 3 weeks. All right.
I
Gave
saw
up
your
on it.
post yesterday.
I
I saw
finally
your
got
post
yes, I
yesterday.
finally got
Yeah.
stopped out at like 324,
Yeah.
and then 2 days later, bam, I'm like, oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Well, I was
Yeah,
able to
well,
take advantage of it yesterday. Not
yeah,
the full advantage, but yeah, I did see your post.
yes. Oh, that was very disheartening.
Very disheartening. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well. All right. Well, the reason I was all over MMV today is because it not quite as dramatic as UCAR, but when you look left and you look at the weekly chart and you see the big spike a few weeks ago, just kind of like UCAR, and I thought, okay, traders that maybe didn't get into UCAR yesterday will be looking for another China play. Did have some news. I mean, UCAR had some news yesterday too,
Yes,
but
yes.
MMV did have some news. So that was the only, and I'm still holding out. I mean, it may not happen, but I've got a price alert at 4, just in case it takes out the high today later on.
Yeah,
And you never know,
yeah,
it could get running.
yeah. I'll put one in there. I like to get a little head start, so I'll stick one in
Yeah.
there about 475, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
All right, my friend. I'll
Yeah,
let
take a
you
break,
take
Barry.
over.
Take the full hour and
I'll take my
or
full
hour
hour.
and 10 minutes if you need it, and I'll
All
see you
right.
when you come back.
Okay. Thanks, Andy. Bye
All
bye.
right, buddy. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. Uh, I know I sent Frank over in here. So, guys, if you have any questions about the webinar coming up, this is where we take over the trading room for about an hour. And if you have any questions about the software, about uh, the AI, the which, by the way, I thought AI had some really great calls today. But any questions you might have, a configuration or something like that, hit me up, and we will do our best to answer it. Let's see, where's the AI strategy trades? Yeah, I thought it was some really good calls, especially that IOT this morning, and the CC was a nice call, and looks like this one may be ready to make another move there. Uh, STLD was a tough one. See, that was a fade, trying to fade. I can see what it was trying to do, fade this level right here, gap fill, but nope, there's strength in the sector today. All you gotta do, and this is where if I were to see that go up, alert go off, and this is why we say the AI is probably better when it's traded discretionarily versus just auto trading. Because if you looked over here when this alert went off, you would see that the steel sector is the strongest sector on the board, and I would probably have passed on that one or may have done the opposite. But anyway, still some great calls by the AI today, I thought. All right, you guys are quiet today. Let me see. Do I have it all the way down to the bottom here? Yes, I do. Let me do a little testing here just to make sure everybody's can type. All right. All right. Let's take a look around. We got the steel sector, the OIHs a couple of days in a row with some nice moves there in the OIH. Uh, Banks having a decent move. KWeb, we talked about China being strong the last couple of days. Okay, I'd like to see if this Lee can just maybe it's just trying to wash everybody out. Because that's really discouraging when you have a stock that's been showing relative strength versus the whole China market for a whole month, and then you get a move in China and this thing can't go. So, but I'm not like I said, I'm not giving up on it. I did add to my position today on a pullback. Uh, so there's my average price around 29.42. I really don't want this thing to fill the whole gap though. It's HKD. Don't know if any of you guys, I'm sure Barry talked about it in the room. Nice move today. I've been in this beat for a while. Thought they had some really good news. They did a deal with Samsung, but there's just no revenue. It's a product. Just gonna have to wait that one out. Well, you guys are quiet today. Let me. Hey, Peter. Yeah, uh, it's all. I could beat myself up for not trying it yesterday. Barry, a couple of the traders here. That was the move yesterday to buy that little horseshoe right there, and then had an explosive move. And I was halfway busy at the time, but they told me I could have done it, but I was tied up in something I didn't want to then stock like that. But right now, yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Anytime you intraday, you go up and then break to lows like this, there's a good chance it'll bleed. Now, you might. Yeah, if it's me, I would probably stick an alert down here, maybe at yesterday's close, to see, you know, there is a little kind of a level of resistance there. Yeah, it's in what I call no man's land right now. Uh, yeah, but you always got to remember when this was 3 days ago was $3 stock. Okay, so the momentum can only. I mean, some of these things get crazy and can just usually that's a major short squeeze or a really really low float of maybe a 1 million or something like that. But to see a stock go from $3 to $15, you got to think about all those holding this stock from $3 or $5 or $7. They're going to start taking profits at some time. Remember, this is charts are just human emotions. It's just uh, a a chart of human emotions is what it is. And yeah, it gets up here, and then you have people profit taking, and next thing you know, you got a bar reversal, and these people start thinking, oh wow, I better take profits. As we just had a bar reversal, and then the momentum will continue to the downside until it reaches a level where buyers will step in. And right now, like I said, I it's just in no man's land. I don't see any reason why I would dive back into this one. It took out yesterday's high. So yeah, like I said, maybe you can put an alert down at yesterday's close and look for a bounce there, but I'm not seeing any reason to do anything now, Peter. No, just don't know what to ask. Okay, Andy. Hey, listen. You can learn a lot, and you will. In a test drive, we'll be doing these webinars every day for you to come in. And I think by the time, I don't know when you say you're new, are you going to be doing the test drive and you don't have access yet? But when you do get access, yeah, you're going to have some questions, and we have tons of resources, materials, and webinars to help you, um, and some really basic layouts. To start. Start right off the bat. Okay, yeah. So you should get access, I think, today after the close, and then you'll have yeah, and then next Monday come in, we'll have questions, and I think Chris talked about opening up a Zoom meeting where you just hand out a link where you guys can come in there, uh, and ask questions as well. Yeah, well, you know what is there's it's Friday, it's the market's already had a good move. It's a good chance we may give a little back as people profit take going into the weekend after a good week. Um, what I typically will do is I look for areas. A great example was the CSIQ today. Uh, I noticed it yesterday selling off, and I said, I bet this thing's going to go down to that 20 period moving average. So I put an alert in there, and look what happened. Ding, hit my alert. And so I start looking for areas like this. If Now, yeah, if you're day trading, it's probably not something you want to do. But for me as a swing trader, I'll start looking for areas of entry. Had earnings back over here, had a few good days, and now it's pulled back to a level where I think it's good, interesting. So I picked some up. And the market is getting tired. We'll see how if the market starts bleeding over. I'm be real curious how the China stocks hold up. So far, so good. K Web looks like it's lifting, so sure wish this Lee would lift. Boy, starting to feel like it wants to. I'll put alert at yesterday's high. Now, boy, I sure hope that thing doesn't want to fill the stupid gap. I'm gonna just have to give up on this thing and not trade it. Bought some TNA today. I mean, here's my thinking: if the market's going to keep going, we've had just the comparison between the take a look at the Qs versus the. I'm sure you guys have seen it versus the IWM, and I couldn't help myself, so I bought some TNA today at 31, and it's going to have to play catch up. Something's got to give. Okay, you're going to get. I mean, look at this. You're going to get a bounce in the IWM, or the market's going to pull back a lot in the coming weeks, because I've never seen such bifurcation as I'm seeing right now on the daily charts. So I'm hoping it spills over and we get some small cap stuff going, because that's when you can make a lot of money as far as a day trader goes, when you get these small caps going crazy to the tune of 15-20% a day. Yeah, Lee, you are going to go fill the gap, aren't you? Pull this up right quick and pull this over so I can manage some stuff here. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, yes, Andy. You've registered, and what'll happen is you should get an email this afternoon after the close. Uh, so it'll allow you to start logging in today, and then of course you will have that for basically 2 weeks, till 2 weeks from today, and it'll end on the close. So you will get access. It just we do it after the close. Just makes it less stressful on support, because it can be when you have the amount of people that we come in that are brand new. If you try to do it in the morning or something like that, it can be a support nightmare. Uh, all right. Uh, Hi, Hans. No, no, I just used the two charts. Well, I take that back. I got a SPY down here, and then I have another chart, another monitor over here that I like to keep a stock in interest, whether it be Tesla. I've been watching a lot lately because I've been trading that. Uh, Not in it anymore, but unfortunately, but so it may be, it may change on day. Sometimes I may put Qs up there to see what they're doing. This is not linked to my other charts. So uh, that's it, though. That's it. So I got these two, which are linked, and then I got a static SPY chart, and I got a static chart of interest. I'm just, I'm my, I can keep track a lot with my, I like to keep alert. I call big boys over here where I watch all the Tesla, Amazon, Google, Apple, kind of get a feel for what the big tech is doing. Um, and then, of course, I have on this other monitor, China Watcher. I like to watch, like to watch China stocks. So yeah, I got a good feel. So all I need, I don't need a bunch of thumbnails. I mean, I understand people who use them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But like I said, I can get a good feel just by looking at some of these top lists, and of course the races. I have my blotter up, but I like to run these races here. You're welcome, Andy. PLTR. Well, I'm really angry at PLTR because a couple of times I was in it over here, and good news was coming out. I knew they were pretty big in the AI, and I don't know. I got fooled out of that. I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me mad. That should have been bought, or at least a pullback here. But I'm not in that now. For me, I would. You can see I'd set alert down here probably about 3 or 4 days ago, hoping it would come back. Now I'll probably raise this because this thing has been very strong, and I would like to see maybe a pullback to there. It is going sideways, so that's indicative of further strength and could go higher. When you have a move up like this and then you have consolidated price action, you know, uh, going basically going sideways. And when you have this still, you have these fanning. This is a lot of momentum fanning, moving averages and the 10 creeping higher. So it could be a scenario where it continues to go sideways and this 10 sneaks up underneath it and maybe around 1450 or whatever it may be. And boy, if you start seeing that, that's a signal that this thing could just really catapult higher. Uh, Caterpillar's a monster today. So you got a lot of these Caterpillar, Steel Dynamics. I'm sure Nucor haven't looked at it today, but I'm sure it's having a good day too. Uh, yep. So you got a rotation, and if you look over at some of the Nasdaq stocks, except for Tesla, they're kind of quiet today. Not doing a whole lot. Yeah, market's probably gonna get a little bit tired here. Strong chart there. Yeah, I remember PayPal. Boy, PayPal is really. I mean, is that thing's bounced yet? Yeah, finally got a bounce. But man, what a fall from grace. Yeah, I was disappointed in that INOQQ. I'm not sure it provided a little nice little 2 or 3 days of upward movement there, and then I'm not sure what happened, if it was news today. I'm not in that. uh, I'm not sure. But could be an opportunity. This is like a nice little pivot level would be right here. So maybe this is where you might want to come in, set an alert, and if you're not in it, and then maybe by that time the 20 period moving average is sneaking up on it. So just set your alert in there and do that quite a bit. Ninox, boy, that's looking sweet there, isn't it? Well, it's probably not going to. It could happen today. This is why I always, keep these momentum trades. I'll put price alerts, when they pull back to moving averages. I always like to buy a little bit of them. TNA moving higher. Yeah, I thought Donkey Kong. I still think it has a chance to go. I was going to set alarm alert right up the 2-day high there. Oh, I just don't like playing oil stocks. Hmm. What's a beaten up stock? Wow. Interesting volume yesterday. 4 million. Just too much to get through though. Got moving averages right above it. What retail getting a nice little bounce? I guess it's Lululemon. Really, what's Nordstrom's doing? JYD. I think, yeah, I remember seeing that coming through. Yeah, no real volume. I'd like to see that thing probably, above this 360 level. And UCAR, I think, yeah, I think that, yeah, it, one can make an argument that it could dig in here. Got a little bit of a pivot level. I wish I would have seen that earlier. Yeah, the problem you see, is when you get these stocks, especially these, $400 stocks gapping up, you know, gosh, what was it this morning? Probably 16, 17%. That's just a huge gap up. Now, what you might do is you got some nice moving averages right here. This is where, if I'm looking, it's totally in no man's land right now. But if it can maybe pulls back on uh, Monday, or maybe today even, but probably more than likely Monday, and catches these moving averages, that may be a nice little place to enter that Lulu. But right now, once again, I'm always looking at the daily charts and seeing where is, and it's kind of in no man's land for me. Although the intraday looks like it's trying to get back above its 10 period. I noticed since my years going back in high frequency trading, a lot of these, I don't play a lot of these big gappers. Now, some of them, if I look over there and it's a breakout and they're not gapping up too much, that's one story. But anytime I look and it's in the middle of the range and it's got a huge gap up, a lot of times you'll just see the high frequency traders just kick this price action back and forth all day and just really frustrate a lot of traders because they know it's going to be big volume in it. And that's where the high frequency traders like to feed on. So very seldom am I playing, big gappers. Now, unless it's a breakout and it's not gapping up too much. If it's like breaking out to all-time highs, that may be a different story. Yeah, IWM is definitely the one definitely outperforming the others today. Look at that move. I tell you, I mentioned in the last couple of days in my video that I put out each morning, the kind of the trader's eye video. This arc is finally acting differently. You bumped up and could not get through this 200-day moving average, kept just really wishy-washy, but now it's being defended by these moving averages, especially the 10-period moving average. As I zoom in, you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm definitely looking for possible pullback, maybe get in some ARC stocks or just get in ARC. I have to worry about the individual stocks. All right, Lee, time for you to put in a bottom, and it trades it's a quirky trader, this thing. I wouldn't be surprised if I see it go back to highs. There's the Ninox. I don't know if it's going to have the juice to go through. I don't like to see them after they've run like a $2.50 to get to the the monthly high there. But there it is. Let's see how it acts here. So the high is 2150. And did it get it? Yep, went right through by a little bit, and there's your wick. All right. Gosh, look at that moving caterpillar. This is why I don't mind. I wish I would have seen these things earlier. I just was had too many China stocks to focus on this morning, but definitely a nice move there. Nice looking chart in that Yelp. Almost, well, I guess I goes over here. That's a nice looking chart. It was on my swing trade watch list today. Well, that's actually kind of tempting. but I got enough. Yeah. Yeah, you don't no reason to be short right now. I mean, you don't fight the tape. I know it's easy to get in people's mind that, "Oh, man, we just keep raising the debt ceiling. Dollar's gonna get crushed. There's so many headwinds. China." But I don't know. Tape tells you differently. As the spies get ready to go to highs. That's why I bought that TNA today. I'm thinking if it's gonna keep going, it's gonna just man, there's no telling how explosive this could be. I mean, let me just take a look here. Just kind of give you a. Let me take off the linking, or is it already off? All right, let's put this on a daily, and both of them on a daily. Let's take a look at the Qs, and let's take a look at IWM. Zoom out. I mean, that's crazy. And now it's on the poke above its 200-day moving average. I mean, that is just insane to see. Like I said, I've never seen this much bifurcation on the daily chart as far as the small caps versus the Qs and even the spies. So I think there can be a huge opportunity in the IWM small cap sector, which yeah, like I said, if that gets going, there can be keep an eye on these this relative strength from the open or any race that you might be running. Yeah, you can see a lot of good stuff going in there. If the like I said, if the small caps get going, it can be some really good day trading. I was in this AU, but I stopped. I got sold it this morning once it broke its fast line there. Just didn't thought gold was going to get a bounce. I may re-enter, but All right. Got about 15 minutes left. You guys have any questions? Let's see, man, what happened? I saw that AAL alert go off. Dang it, I missed it. Well, maybe on Monday. JetBlue with a nice move. I kind of like the way that I'm in this RIVN from about 60, pretty much right here. But I like the way, I like the way it's holding up. Whoa, happened there? Let me get rid of all my price alerts. Yeah, what I like about it is it keeps defending this 10 period moving average. Go away, price alerts. Maybe I gotta go and come back here. Oh, did I stop this? Yeah, let me come back to it. Yeah, I like the way it's defending its 10 period moving average. You can see it's kind of doing like a possible cup and handle, and he keeps trying to come down and break, but keeps defending this 10 period moving average. So as long as it's doing that, I'm probably going to be in this thing. Anyway, still a pretty good short float, and I think a lot of people when probably got short when Lucid debacle yesterday. Uh, and it probably going to turn out that RIVN is probably the only pure EV competitor with Tesla in the states here pretty soon. Not that it's anything worth like Tesla. Don't get me wrong, Tesla's a stock to be in, but I know this thing could get crazy and have some decent moves when it gets going. Oh, thanks, Peter. So there's a little bit of news there on JetBlue, huh? I'd missed that. DVAX did go through today, huh? It was in the back of my mind today because a lot of times, especially when we got that debt ceiling done, that it's going to be a sell the rumor type news. Obviously, I'm not going to get. It's a great example of don't get short just because you think something is going to happen or potentially happen. Where uh, you had good jobs numbers. I don't know. It just could have been, especially what we've seen in the Qs. Although the Qs is not doing anything like the IWM. It's only up, not even up 1% today. But still, I thought maybe there could be some sell the news type event. But boy, not the case. I'm sure there's some screaming shorts out there. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the. Well, let's just go to the weekly on the Qs. See where we might be headed. And now, granted, this has a huge weighting for the Apples and the Microsofts of the world. I think probably what five stocks, 4 or 5 stocks make up 45, 50% of this. So it's a little bit unfair, but still very nice. I mean, we're kind of in no man's land too. I mean, nothing really to prevent us. I didn't want to see that, Lee. That is your gap fill, I believe. But anyway, yeah, nothing prevent us from going with to another. Gosh, hate to say it, but another. What is that? 14 points, 16 points. What's Candy doing today? That thing is it? Can y'all hear my daughter laughing down there? Oh, this one can get crazy at times. It's JMU. All right, guys, about 5 more minutes. Is the dollar staying strong? A bit slow now here. Okay, let's take a look at the SPYs and see. On the weekly and see what it may be up to. And you do have a little ledge about right here. You could consider that a pivot line. So let's go ahead and put alert right there. You can see the congestion going back over here, a little bit there and there. So obviously a high there on the weekly. Oh, there's the alert in that INOQ. Boy, that I don't know what happened there. Well, when you see that, you go ahead and drop it down to the next level. See if there's going to be a level where it digs in. Barry, what's
Jeez,
happening?
that was a little nose sniff.
I caught that.
Oh my goodness. Instead of the whisper, I thought I'd do a little, and you caught it. Hilarious. Well, Andy, I'm here to put you out of your misery.
Oh, okay, buddy.
There's,
Tell
there's
you,
not much to
market
talk about, I
just
guess.
keeps creeping higher.
Which one starts creeping higher?
Just the whole market, man. The
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
now, yeah, I was
I,
telling them, I don't know if you caught any of it. I bought some of that TNA, which is a triple IWM kind of small cap
Mhm.
move today at 31. This has to play some catch up if this market's going to keep going, don't you think?
TNA at 31. Let's take a look at TNA at 31.
Well,
Oh
that's where I
yeah,
bought it
30.
this morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah. Okay.
yeah, but
Well, it's
yeah, I mean, the thing to look at is the IWM because this one is kind of toxic, so the chart's probably not going to marry up. But now you got the IWM getting above its 200 day, and
mhm.
yeah, so
It's funny, when I looked at the 200-day, the major sectors yesterday, 6 out of the top 9 were below the 200-day. Now, I'm sure some of them are getting closer, but 6 out of the top 9 sectors were below the 200-day moving average yesterday. And
yeah,
I know financials
crazy
have to still be the only ones that were really good were communications and technology.
technology, of course. Yeah,
Those are the two stars, but everything else was really underneath. Energy, retail, of course, financial. It'd be interesting at the end of today. I'm going to take a look at where they are. I mean, they're not, like retail and financial will have to go a long way to get above, but there were a few kind of hovering. Like I think consumer staples was kind of hovering around it, and so we'll see what happens because with the 600, I didn't even realize the Dow was up that much until maybe an hour ago. I didn't realize we were over 500 now, 671 up. Man,
Oh
oh
gosh,
man,
yeah, that's something I never. Well, you got a lot of the big boys, Caterpillars and stuff like that, got to be
yeah,
helping. I think they're still, yeah,
oh yeah.
but crazy, man.
Well, and at least we don't have to worry about that until January of 2025, right?
We don't have to worry about what?
Well, your debt ceiling nonsense.
Oh, oh gosh,
Um,
that could not have come to a surprise to anybody, man. I
no,
mean, we do this every year. It's like I get so tired of it. And
Andy, I was trying to think. I mean, in Canada, I don't recall ever having, confrontations like that. I mean, and I know you guys are a little more, a lot more polarized and all, but we do have budgets and all that. Every year it has to be
sure,
presented. I don't recall once that we go through this, as I mean, there's always going to be, back and forth about the budget, but it's never come down. It never comes down to the 11th hour. Oh my gosh,
yeah.
we finally got the budget passed. Otherwise, Canada would be bankrupt. Never, ever. And
They
I
wanna
don't know
do
other.
this like they pretend they're fighting for their constituents. We all know what's
Mhm.
gonna happen, and it's just a big show, it's a joke, and I agree. It doesn't need to be done that way.
Well, I don't
No.
even know if other, we'll call Western democracies go through that. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe they do in Europe. I really don't know. But you just don't hear about it except well, I was going to say a bad word. Every year, you know, we hear about it. Except I guess we'll have a year off for next year. So
Right, right,
that's good.
right, got it. Well,
But you're right. Everybody's fighting. It's all the pork barrel stuff, fighting for
mhm,
your
mhm,
constituencies, and don't want to look like they're weak and not.
exactly.
But we've got the same thing here. I mean, we've got members of parliament. It's just it's just different. It's just semantics. But we have members of parliament in each all the different regions in Canada, and they're all in theory fighting for their little regions too. But I just don't hear about it.
Hmm,
Not
yeah,
ever do
not
we
like
hear
you do
about
over here.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Makes for good political drama though.
of course, and that's all it is.
That's all it is. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Well,
All
listen,
right,
you
Barry.
rest up, and so we'll
Yeah.
get all supercharged for Monday morning, and we'll have to see what happens with all our TDers.
There you go. There you go. Well, have a great weekend, buddy. And
I
you
will.
guys do the same out there. And we'll see a lot of you new ones in the test drive come Monday.
Yeah. Okay, Andy. Thanks a
All right.
lot.
Take care, bud. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, guys. Give me a moment. Just getting back into the rooms, getting my mics on. All right. I think we're good to go. Okay, Andy, so that is nothing that I can, I'm not a financial advisor, not trying to slough it off, but the question is, what do I think about Tesla? Will it go up or down? I have no idea. Whatever comes out of his mouth could cause it to go one way or the other. So I mean, it's had a great run, broke 200. I mean, it looks awfully strong, doesn't it? But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, this is going to keep going or it's going to drop. I have no idea. It's a fairly, well, not fairly, it's a pretty emotional stock. The only thing I would say is that it's coming into this on the weekly chart. It looks like if it can take this out here, then now this is just technical analysis, got nothing to do with fundamentals or what Elon might say. Okay, but 217.65 is the next high in the weekly chart, and if it took that out, then it's got a shot to the 236 level. But other than that, I certainly have no special insight about what Tesla. I mean, obviously Tesla is running with the rest of the market today. But in fairness to Tesla, 4 days, 3 days ago, it got to the 200-day moving average and held. 2 days ago, it held, and then yesterday it popped off. Market was strong, and of course, the market's super strong today. Now, what if all of a sudden, the market, for whatever reason, on Monday decides to have a sell-off? JFIN, I think that's a China stock. Interesting week it's had, I guess. Nice little break on the weekly. Did it 4-day week, so but it's a nice break on the weekly. You too, Andy. Have a great weekend yourself. Kind of playing up the string here, guys. Not seeing too much that I'm interested in. Now, what could happen, of course, is we might get something out of nowhere that hasn't appeared in the momentum up, or not likely in the 10-day daily breakout this late, but you never know for the first time. I do see that LVTX. Wow, that was a nice one. When I was on my break. VTX at 1209. The price was 274. I see it got up to 322. It's pulled back a little bit, but not a horrible amount. Now you can see exactly what happened too. It got up to 322, it got through the 200-day area, 313, and now it's back down below it. If it can take that out again, yeah, man. Listen, if that takes out that 200-day again, look left on the weekly chart, and there is room to 365-ish. Yeah, 366. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I'm just going to stick an alert just a little bit above the 200-day moving average, say at 319. See if it takes it out. And if it does, then I'll make up my mind if I want to trade it. I see Checkpoint is an earnings play, guys. CHPT is also or not Checkpoint, but ChargePoint is an earnings play. Let's see. The low, it's too close. Looks like around $9, 8.92. So that's too close. Yeah, I don't think selling may go away is I don't think that's been applicable for years now. Not with algo trading and all. I mean, that used to be because all the big brokers, the big hitters, if you will, they would take good chunks of time off, but computers do all the trading now, so I don't think that's a big deal anymore. I'm not saying the volume doesn't dry up a little bit in the summer, but also it depends what you're looking at to trade. I mean, with trade ideas, we can always find these type of trades. Doesn't matter what time of year it is. Well, as I say, I'm not getting any new alerts. Wow, GWRE. You know what, guys? We saw this one way earlier. I mentioned this as an earnings play. I don't know why I didn't think that much of it. Maybe the volume was too light or something, and didn't really think that much about it. And boy, this is probably one of the better charts you're going to see today in terms of a steady downturn, and that's GWRE. That is an earnings play. And you would think, well, you know what? It's still got room. $69 is the next, excuse me, is the next low looking, excuse me, next low looking left on the weekly chart is around $69. So if you're in this one, if you were fortunate enough to get in this one, you've got your whole number, the whole number to contend with, and then after that, 69 ish is the lows of those two weekly candles. You know what? This should be watched next week. I mean, this is just this is pretty bad. I mean, that is a big. I mean, there was no inkling this was going to happen. This is the weekly candle, but it's all today. Okay, it's all today. There's no inkling that was going to happen. Very low, but what I was thinking of is that if it continues down next week, you've got, you've got down here 64. But yeah, I mean, I'm too late. I'm not saying I would take this trade now. I was saying if you are in it already, that 69 level, 70 and then 69. I mean, it looks like it's going to go through 70. 69 could stall it. Here's the LVTX, guys. So it is now through that 200-day moving average again. But I have to admit, guys, unless I see something incredibly good for me as a setup, I may not trade for the balance of the day. I've had a pretty good day. I don't want to give any of it back just for the sake of trading. AIP, don't know this one at all. Arteris. Meanwhile, LVTX, that is one that I could have taken on that break, just over that whole, just over the 200-day moving average. Has the room to a 360 if you're in it. The Sentinel keeps doing nothing. S Sentinel keeps doing nothing. Hammered down on 36%, down on earnings, basically an all-time low. We have to watch this one on Friday. Friday on Monday to see if it continues down, or obviously could it have a little bounce or something. But I mean, that has just been kicked, and it's almost a lifetime low. I think the lifetime low is down here. I want to say 1278. Looks like 1278 might be a lifetime low for Sentinel S. I think there was a huge difference between Elf. I remember, yeah, Elf had stellar earnings, but look at the. Okay, it was having a little bit of a downtrend, a little bit of a downtrend here. Not horrible though. Whereas Five was just, selling off. It was just really, really, really selling off. Now it's below the open. It is now below the open. Not that that's a big deal. The open looks like around 183. But look at Five. I mean, there was a big difference between Elf and Five. Big downtrend, little a bit of consolidation, and then another big downtrend, all ahead of earnings. And then we've got some analysts, Craig Hallam with a buy and a target of 224. He's getting a high five from investors as earnings slash guidance was better than feared. So they probably still lost a lot of money, but not as much. Speaking of earnings, how's Lulu doing? Yeah, I mean it's hanging in there. Earnings play still hanging in there. But you could Lulu looked like five. I mean, not quite as bad in terms of, but the last few days, Lulu looked like five. So that would have been hard to predict also, because all the smart money was doing this, selling, selling, selling. Boy, is that an ugly weekly chart? Look how choppy this is on a weekly chart. Look at Lulu on a weekly chart, guys. That is really some serious chop. That's Grumpus. Well, that's because you don't have my secret scan. Okay. Well, it's also an earnings play, isn't it? GWRE is an earnings play also. Now, analysts are coming in here and trying to pump the heck out of this. After earnings, we've got a price target of 90 by RBC. This is all today. We have a price target of 95 by JMP Securities. We have a hold by Stifel. We have a 75. Oh, that's okay. That's Stifel. Okay, or Stifel or Stifel. This is an earnings play. Ooh, guys, you know what? Maybe Sentinel is starting to make a little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move. Expand that 15-minute chart out just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it would have to take out probably 1333. But as I said, I'm in no rush to make any sort of a trade right now. CC is hanging in here, guys. CC is actually hanging in here. And just bringing this to your attention because of the MM. So a cheaper play, I guess, is the CC. Okay, I mean, I think both of those companies are moving higher because of that PFAS. Let's see what Corteva did. I don't think I saw them today. Give me a moment here. Get that symbol in. CTVA. CTVA. Yeah, pretty good. Not as good as the other ones. Here's your news. Okay, that's what William was talking about. The Forever Chemicals. So it cost them $1.19 million. I don't see 3M here. Are we sure 3M is part of this? Oh man. Non-stock coatings like Teflon. Okay, so that's not PFAS though. This is different, right? At least $10 billion water pollution or is that still part of the PFAS? This is $10 billion settlement. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right there. I know I read this before. Funny it wasn't to mention in that other one. $10 billion. They must have been thinking it was going to be a lot more. Guys, look at Sentinel. Sentinel's making a little bit of a move here. That's all right, guys. I'm going to do my video now. It is now what 124, 125, so it should be back by 135. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Ah, I forgot to mute myself in YouTube. That's okay. All right, guys. So, got half an eye on that. Oh, sorry, that IoT, just in case it starts to get a little more traction later on and takes out 25. You just doubt it's going to do it though. It's got too big a float. It's not like a low floater. So, yeah, S looks like it went right into the VWAP. 1334. What did it get up to? 1330. So got into the VWAP and came right back down. Tony, you'll absolutely typically you'll be able to access the program. We used to be able to say this with absolute clarity an hour after the market closed today, but I know an email went out and it suggested it was going to be midnight tonight. Certainly, you'll be able to use it over the weekend, though. Okay, and you're doing the right thing. To set it up over the weekend, get acclimatized to what trade it is all about. So I would just wait, watch for an email, okay, that says, okay, you can now download the program. Okay, but certainly Saturday and Sunday. No question about Saturday and Sunday. What I would do is this. If you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link and the get started, I would absolutely do that. Okay. The get started, it'll run you through your downloaded install, your first startup and login. Um, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. The other thing would be, I'm surprised it's not here. Yeah, how to copy links and all that because I've got a lot of links here or a lot of scans that I'm sharing. You might want to take, I don't know, you might want to take a look at them. So when you click on my homepage link, you can see, like here, these are some of the ones that I'm sharing. But how to find that information in terms of sharing and getting a link, click here. Let me see what it says in the education section. Hmm, I mean, I'm surprised that there's nothing that says. I mean, I know it's in the guide somewhere, but surprised there's not just a section unless I can't see it. Because if I give you a link, to one of my scans, it would help to know how to load it, right? So save or share to cloud. No, guys, don't worry about all this. I mean, you don't have to learn everything. And 13, 15, save or share to cloud. Just let me demonstrate just for others also, okay? Because this is sort of an important aspect of trade ideas, because if you want my scans or anybody else's scans, we have the other 5 traders and they've got scans that you might like. Load from cloud. Thank you, Pepe. Chapter 8. Okay, load from cloud. So this is the idea, but let me just show you. I'll just show you right on the screen for anybody who's interested, because there might be a scan you want of mine, right? So here's how you would do it, or somebody else. Not just my scans, but somebody else. Okay, so here are my scans right here. Click here. So let's just say, for instance, you wanted the pre-market actives up. So all you do is this: you click on the link that's right there. You just click on the link. Let me get rid of some of these tabs so it'll be very obvious. Okay, so you click on the link, pre-market actives up, and you're going to notice it'll load into a new tab. Okay, there it is, pre-market actives up right there. There is the link. All you do is you're going to highlight it like this and copy it, Control C. Now it's copied. The link has been copied, and it's a cloud link. It says it right there. It's a cloud link. Now you go to your file, load from cloud. And look what happens. You see, if you've done it correctly, that string right there, that link right there is the same. See how that ends in C3B8, C3B8, okay? And then you just load it. And there it is, presto. Okay, so now this is how you can build your own layout. You can take my scans, you can take scans from the channel bar, scans that the other traders have got. And once it's on your screen, then the next step is now to save it to your cloud. So basically, you've taken it from my cloud and you've put it on your screen, but now you've got to save it to your cloud. And that's all you do is right click, save or share to cloud, save. It already, the name is filled in, done. Okay. So you can see though that if you loaded a few scans that you liked and maybe a couple of charts and other things, you basically can create a layout. And then if you want to save your layout, this file, save or share to cloud, and you would click on entire. That would give you everything that you've got on your screen, and also different monitors. You could have multiple monitors too. Enter entire. It'll default to something called layout. I would give it a name. I would give it, either my first scan, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now it's in the cloud. Why this is important: if you're part of this test drive, everything you do in the test drive, if you save it to the cloud, at a later date, once the test drive is over, at a later date, if you ever do decide you want to take out a subscription, it could be right after the test drive. It could be a year later. If you use the same email that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything will be in the cloud for you. Okay. Now, the other reason to save things to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working off a desktop computer. but I have a laptop, I have a couple of tablets. So instead of my having to recreate everything from scratch, on my laptop, all I have to do is download the Trade Ideas program and then file load from cloud. It's like any other cloud service. Everything is there, so I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And of course, one of the number one reasons, if something happened to my desktop, as long as I got and I have to get a new desktop or for whatever reason, everything's in the cloud. So I get a new desktop computer, load it up, load Trade Ideas, and then load from the cloud. Now, the other thing is you can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time or up and running one device at a time. So you can have Trade Ideas on multiple devices, as many as you want. You just can only open Trade Ideas one device at a time. All right, guys. Well, listen, again, I don't think I'm going to be doing too much trading for the balance of the day. I'll probably shut down at 3 today instead of 3:20. So another hour and 15 minutes or so. So great time to ask questions if you have any. I will put the test drive link in also. Okay, for those of you who want to haven't sitting on the fence or didn't even know about it. And it only costs $11.11. Okay, guys, so I put that link in, the test drive link. And when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So as I said, it'll cost $11.11 for 10 trading days. It'll start on the 5th, which is Monday, through the 20th inclusive. But as I said, hopefully about an hour after the market closes today, you'll have access to the program so you can play around with it for the balance of today. Certainly, it'll be available Saturday and Sunday, though. Okay. Open to our standard subscribers also. If you want to be upgraded to premium, it'll cost you 11.11. This is the reason typically people want to take a look at our premium service. I love these three alerts that we had here: the IoT, CCPD, IoT, and PD earnings play. CC a big news release. That's what I would focus on. You get an alert, just kind of check to see, if there's any news about it. The reason I say that is that, you usually, if there's some news, it should be active most of the day. And that, you don't want to get into something that has no activity. I mean, at the time of the alert, it might be active, but typically when it's an earnings play, it'll be active most of the day. So that's why I like the earnings plays. And again, if you're going to take this test drive, this is all I would do to see these. You might have to maybe jot this down from our toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. Just that. That's all you need. Okay, that's all you need. You don't need anything else. You don't have to go to, I know there's an AI channel, but I wouldn't, don't overcomplicate it. This is all you need. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you, but you just wait for the alerts to happen. I mean, there's an entry price, but don't get hung up on having to get in right at that entry. And if you can't, then obviously you can't take the trade. Of course not. And there's a stop price. Okay. Then if you incorporate this as part of your layout, then and save your layout, and then when you open trade ideas the next day, this will appear. No trades before 9:35. The earliest trade would be 9:35, and I don't know what the latest is. We don't get too many afternoon ones. Usually they're all in the morning. We used to have a power hour one, which I hated. Hated it. Now, the other thing is when the test drive is over, it's over. There is nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? So listen carefully to that. We do not put you into a subscription. So you don't have to, when the test drive is over, you don't have to you don't have to contact our support people and say, "Will you please unsubscribe me from our test drive?" There's nothing to do. When it's over, it's over. Now, obviously, if you want to take out a subscription, I think before the test drive is over, you'll see a promo code that when the test drive is over, if you do want to take out a subscription, you'll have a nice promo code that you can use to take one out. But we do not put you automatically into a subscription. We are not that company, okay? This is a kind of a bit of a serious breakdown now for AI guys. A little pull up here, and now a nice red candle here. The low yesterday was 30.08, so it has a dollar 80 or so to that low. And again, it had earnings yesterday. It did rally off the bottom, but I mean that earnings is still there. Now a lot of brokerages is still putting some pretty lofty price targets on it, but right now this is not something I'd want to own. How long did it take you to think that one up, JJ? Actually, isn't it APA? I thought it was Apache. I think it used to be called Apache. Maybe that I don't know, isn't politically correct now. I don't know, but I know it used to be called Apache. Well, you know what I want to do now? I know what I want to do now. I want to take a look at the sectors. Because I remember yesterday when we looked at the major sectors, 6 of them out of the 9 were below the 200-day moving average. Now, we had a nice day yesterday, and of course, we're having a great day today. So I want to see where these are now. I mean, I don't think energy is going to be anywhere close still, nor is financials, but there were a couple that were near. So let's take a look at them. So let's take a look at XLE. Okay, so you can see, there it is, a nice little pop, but there is the 200-day moving average, still quite a bit above it. Retail, which was just way below, but let's take a look at retail now. Yeah, I mean, retail is, I mean, it's still way below, but like probably most sectors, we're going to Zura. Why is Zura? Why am I getting a Zura link? Hmm. Next time, 928 or so for Zura, ZURA. But again, guys, I'm just not too interested in trading right now. So let's take a look at XRT again. XRT. So yeah, we'll probably see a lot of green candles today. Probably the only one. Yeah, I'm sure was even. I was going to say utilities, maybe not. Usually that's when the market's going up, utilities can go down. XLP, I think that was definitely below. Aha, look at this. So it is touching the 200-day moving average. XLP is touching it. Healthcare, I believe, was below. Getting closer. Look at this nice 3-day run. There's the 200-day moving average right there. That blue line you see is the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. Industrials was another one that was just, I think, just underneath. Yeah, right there. You can see it was right underneath 2 days ago, but then yesterday it popped through, and now look at this. Now, the big one. When will financials recover? Yeah, we can't even see the 200-day. But you know what? It's trying. It's trying. There it is up there. Consumer discretionary, XLY. This is the one that surprises me. This was well above the 200-day and now still moving away. I don't typically look at utilities because it's boring, but let's take a look at utilities, XLU. Yeah, so way below the 200-day moving average. And materials, XLB, another big one. Again, was moving well away from the 200-day moving average. Little stop yesterday, but with today's market surge above. And we know what we're going to find when we look at XLC and XLK. XLC and XLK were by far, the two strongest sectors and continues to be super strong. XLC and of course technology, XLK. Again, super strong. Hey, James, I'm looking to potentially do the test drive. Do you guys have any automated volume profile slash footprint automation for swings? Okay, so James, first of all, are you talking about auto trading? I would take the beta, Tony. Okay, I would definitely take the beta. Question is, there are two choices, and just yeah, hear me out on all this. Anybody else, take the beta. From our download page, take the beta. So not auto trading. Okay, so not auto trading. So are you talking about, do we have something that can maybe show you what potential swing trades are? Is that what you mean, James? Not sure what you mean exactly by volume pro. I mean, we have all sorts of volume filters. Oh, the sideways candles. Oh, I see. I don't believe we do. I now I understand. I'm sorry. I mean, we have the VWAP, of course, but which is the main one. But yeah, I don't think. Let me just see. I don't think we do, but let me just see. Sometimes I in our indicators. No, we just have the normal volume. Let me just ask the other traders. Okay, I don't think we do, but let me ask the other traders. If anybody's still around. Okay, we have some other traders, but I think some of them are taking off a little bit early today. But I'm 99.9. Ooh, guys, look at IoT. Sorry to interrupt myself. Look at IoT, guys. Who knows? Maybe it will take out 25 today. I'm 99.99% sure we do not have what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about now. I'm pretty sure we do not have that. Yeah, no, we don't. Okay, just a confirmation, James, we do not. I had another charting program a while back, and I have to admit, I used to have it on my screen. I just got not confused by it. I mean, I know what it was trying to tell me, but I decided, that the VWAP was really all I really needed to see where all the major action was. But I know people use it, and if you use it and it helps you trade, I'm certainly not ever going to say, a person shouldn't use it or it's not worthy. But we just don't have it. Oh, okay, well then you understand completely then the anchor VWAP, and we do have that channel based on his anchored VWAP. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, and one of the channels is called anchored VWAP, and this is available. This will be available during the test drive, and this will automatically draw the lines. So, for instance, in fact, I saw one earlier. This is well, about the anchored VWAP, so I mean, but this is sort of a general information about it. You'll recognize Alpha Trends, of course. And we saw this one. I saw this one earlier, PKST. So this is pull back. Okay, I got to get them to correct that. Just give me a moment. Looking at this one, PKST, I was just showing people what anchored VWAPs were gonna be available. So look at this one. This is sort of interesting to me anyway. When I click on PKST, so this is pullback to IPOs. I know I don't know how far back they go, but I think they take the maybe the high or the low of the first day. So that purple line here has been automatically drawn on the daily chart. It's been drawn on the weekly chart also. That's that purple line. Check this one out though. Look at PKST as an example. I mean, the high up here is 47.20. It's sitting at 25.39 right now. A little bit of consolidation. You can kind of see, and if you're a student of Brian Shannon's, you can kind of see that if it, really makes its way through that purple line, which is trying to today, that could that could get it really rocking again. Now that's an IPO pullback. Okay, pullback to IPO, but we also have these. Let me just show you what we do have. So we have pullback on the daily from a large gap. That's the IPO. We have the pinch on the weekly and the pullback on the weekly and year to date. So all these are, you just click on them. Well, let's take a look at the pullback daily. I mean, I have no, obviously every chart is not going to be, awesome like that one, but it's a matter of just clicking through and seeing what you see. So go, you can see right there. So it pulled back to the daily right there. Now, what it's going to do from here, I don't know. But yeah, it is automatically drawn. I'll look at another one just for fun. Yeah, you can see. I mean, there's a pullback to the daily. Excuse me, HXL. There's a purple line. It pulled back to the daily. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not a great looking chart because there's all this stuff looking left. But you get the idea. You can just sort of cycle through them and something. You might see something that you really like, and it's just automatically drawn for you. You're welcome, James. I'm not a big user of this because I'm more of a, well, not more of, I'm basically an intraday trader. Still waiting for the intraday anchored VWAP scans, maybe on a 5, 15, and 30-minute chart and get it automatically drawn. All right. Well, that was a little fakery going on with the IoT. Looked like it might take out 25. Well, this AI is looking bleaker and bleaker, guys. Oh, this, sorry guys, I'm just distracted a little bit here. So 30.27 is the next low looking left. About a dollar to that low of yesterday. This is really starting to sell off. It's like people don't want to hold this over the weekend. I'm just waiting for, it was Kerrisdale, right? I'm just waiting for them to weigh in it again. You know, they're the ones, of course, who just slapped it badly here, knocked it from 31 down to $16. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to do something here. Some Fridays are, some Fridays aren't. You know, there's no people ask me all that, well, all the time. Look at Nordstrom's, guys. Nordstrom's, JWN. Boy, Nordstrom's. I'm so ticked off of that guy who runs AMC because he told Nordstrom's to close down all the stores in Canada. We used to love going to Nordstrom's. And the Vancouver store was doing extremely well, but I guess the other ones in Canada weren't. And why I say AMC, I guess he's a big shareholder of Nordstrom, so he was lobbying for them to shut down the Canadian stores. Very strange action with these retailers. Very strange. I mean, you know, Nordstrom's, Macy's probably looks exactly the same. Um, these retailers, yesterday, Nordstrom's had earnings. You know, it gapped down off earnings and really was moving down. Big sell off at the beginning of the day and rallied for the balance of the day. Macy's almost looks exactly the same. You know, big sell off in the pre market, and then it rallied all day. And now look at this rallying today. Oh, he's GMC. Sorry, right? I thought he had something to do with AMC too. That's Ryan Cohen. I thought he had something to do with excuse me if I made a mistake there. GameStop. You're right. You're right. I thought he had something. I thought he had a little piece of AMC. But you're right. Even more reason for me to hate GME. I haven't looked at this for a long time. Yeah. Well, I mean, as a pure trade, I mean, I will say this. I mean, just as never mind what the company is and all the nonsense that's happened over the last couple of years, but yeah, I mean, held the 200-day, moving off it. The next high looking left on the daily is 27, so it's got room for sure. But I always have to, make sure people do understand they did a 1-for-4 reverse split when the stock was about 160, and that's when everybody was supposed to get all excited about buying it. So that's like 40. So it is well below that 40 when they did the 1-for-4 forward split. Well, let's face it. This was the earnings surprise, I guess. There it is, March 22nd. So already April, May, June. Yeah, June the 7th. So will they have another earnings surprise? All right, guys. Sorry, internal discussion. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now? It's 2:21. Okay, I will stick around to three. Okay, I thought it was 2:41, so I was 20 minutes early. All right. Not much happening. Well, TNGX. I wonder if that's sort of new coming in. Yeah, just not interested, guys. I'm just not interested in throwing some money away right now. Trying to take a trade just out of boredom. Definitely not going to do that. I'm loving this, guys. I really am liking this. I love the way it's displayed. The earnings plays up or this versus the earnings plays down. Trade swings. You were just talking about ASAN. I really like the way this is displayed. I have this on another monitor, and this is where I saw the GWRE over and over and over again. I'll leave this up just to see what else pops in. Not what else pops in. I'm sure we're not in earnings season at all, but getting zeroing in on those earnings plays that are still around. Guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. There's a few things happening within Trade Ideas. I want to keep an eye on that. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I am here though. I will hop right back on the mic if there is a question and say, don't be shy. Hey, sorry, Leanne, I was just wrapped up in something else. I'm actually going to create a layout, probably basically this layout. Okay, I haven't done it yet. I have to make sure there's no sound alerts on anything. I might take out the docks. I don't think I want to make them all individual as opposed to because some people don't like if on the web you don't have docs as an example. So I will have it. I will have it definitely for Monday. Now, if you want it right now, except for the charts, I mean, in my homepage, you've got this and you've got this. Well, this, okay. You've got the biggest gainers from the open. You've got the momentum up and down in this format. You've got the single stock window and you've got the halts resumes. Okay. You would have to add the brokerage plus just from here, new brokerage plus. And then you could add whatever charts you want. You may not want these charts, these timeframes. But you can have these are basically the scans that you see, and they are here. So there's my homepage link, and so clicking on that link and then just scroll down. And I do it this way typically because not everybody wants everything they see on the screen. So I do it, you can sort of a la carte, pick and choose what you want. But again, if you want this one, the biggest gainers from the open, there it is. If you want the momentum up and momentum down, dock, momentum up and momentum down, right there. If you want that single stock window, right here. If you want the halts resumes, right there. So now this, you can load this yourself. This is just new brokerage plus. Then that will appear, and then you can add your own charts. Your time frames. Not everybody wants to see like 15 daily, weekly. I get it. But you can do it now. You can do it now. You all have to do is click on my link, those individual links. Do you know how to do that? Because even if I gave you a layout, my layout link, you'd have to do the same thing, know how to load it. So I guess the question is, do you know if I well, there's really not a lot of tinkering. I mean, think of it like this. Let's just do it right on the screen. These ones right there, the biggest gainers from the open. Okay, just click on it. Hope this works. And then file load from cloud. I mean, remember, you'd have to do this if I gave you a layout. You'd have to click on the layout link. It would show up in a tab, and then you would file load from cloud. Notice that link this link is the same link right there, right there. Load it, and here it is. Presto. Let me just get rid of the. So there it is. Biggest gainers from the open. Okay. You won't see this. I mean, because you don't. Well, this is it. Once it starts, it'll generate its own. And then if I wanted the dock momentum up and down, back to the scans, dock momentum up and down, click on it, goes into a new tab, highlight the tab, or highlight the link and copy it, Control C, copy it, do it again, file load from cloud. Um, there it is right there in that box, load it. Here it is. So, I mean, it's really not hard. Once you do it a couple of times in terms of loading the scan, you could do it for the single stock window, you could do it for halls or zooms, and you see now it's on your screen. Okay. And then you could add your own charts if you want. And then once you've got your once it's on the screen, then you just save it. File, save or share to cloud. You click on entire. That would, that would be your entire, like you, assuming you want everything. Give it a name, my first layout, and save it. Now it's there. Also, another way, I mean, I would always save everything to the cloud, but the other way is when you leave Trade Ideas, file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? And you say yes. And so when you start Trade Ideas the next day, everything will be there. So it's really not that hard. Just got to do it a couple of times to get the idea of clicking on the link and then loading it from the cloud. That's okay, Steve. I'm resigned to the fact that, when I, during test drive, get rid of this. During the test drive, I have no problem. I'm resigned to the fact that the first couple of days of the test drive, I may not do a lot of trading, and that's fine. But yeah, I mean, you should practice a bit. I mean, at least getting this idea of cloud links and saving things to the cloud, looking at my scans, looking at the scans that are in the toolbar or on our channels. Click on new and then dock channel bar, all these theme-based channels. Take a look at them. Look at swing picks. This is that $17, but it's part of the service. Look at, we have a pre-market channel. They're all theme-based channels. Just take a look at them. A momentum channel. And again, nobody should get hung up on all this information. You don't have to learn everything. There might be something, you might see a scan, low float winners. Oh, I wonder what that is. The action is heating up. Maybe I should take a look at that to see what it's all about. Right click, configure, and summary. Like that. That's the routine for any alert window or multi-strategy or a top list window. Okay, right click, configure, summary. That'll tell you what it's looking for. And you could always, when you look at this and you go, okay, I don't mind that, but I hate that price range. Prices between 1 and 1,000. Well, you could always take it, click on that icon, and now you see it here. You make a change. Maybe you want it between 1 and 100. Get used to using trade ideas. Maybe you add a filter. If you're part of the test drive, I would probably leave most of it alone. But when you get used to using trade ideas, sometimes you want to add a filter. Maybe you don't like a filter that's in here. But, so I've made a little change. I say, okay. Say, okay, again, see how it's changed to 1 and 100. So now the action is heating up. You've sort of customized it to your way of trading. Now the next step, I don't want to call it complicated, but once you do it a few times, it's second nature, I guess. You have to take it out of the layout. Okay, this is the layout. So you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. So basically you're taking it out of this layout and it popped up on one of my other monitors. Now it's free floating. Free floating. So you can imagine that you could have some of my scans. You could take some of the scans that you see here and, amass a layout out of them. Now, don't get crazy about having, 4 topless windows, 10 alert windows. You'll go crazy. You'll have way too much happening. I'm just trying to show you the basics. And remember, we're always here. Okay, we're not going to leave you alone. I mean, we're not set up for this test drive for this 2 week period, and then we disappear. This room is like this Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to about 3:30, 3:20, and then noon, between noon and 1. Other traders take over from me for me in our YouTube room, so you can always ask questions. Last thing we want is for people to be frustrated because they don't know how to do something, and and it might be something relatively simple. One of the questions we get all the time: how do you change a symbol in a chart? People could be sitting there going, "Gosh, I don't know how to change a symbol in a chart, and I'm too frustrated, so I'll just unsubscribe." All you have to do is ask, and it's not necessarily like something like this is not necessarily intuitive. It's in our user guide, but it's not necessarily intuitive. But once somebody shows you one time, you think, "Oh, okay, that's how it is. Okay, now I can at least move on." I know, guys, I know it's a software program. I know how frustrating it can be when you can't do something that you think should be relatively simple. Good one. Good one. There you go. Pepe didn't know him. Pepe's an IT genius. So the way to change it, just go to the chart you want to change, okay, and left click on the chart. Left clicking just makes tells Trade Ideas what chart you're in. Okay, so when you left click, now you should be able to just start typing. I've already got Macy's in there, but let's type in Microsoft MSVT. So you see that change symbol box popped up. Okay, and then you just click on change or hit enter on your keyboard and it will change. Now, for certain, sometimes when you left click and you start typing, that it doesn't pop up. And so if you hit the space bar, it'll pop up. It should pop up. Okay. So let's just take a big chart on its own. Oops, there we go. So again, left click, start to type. Ah, you were right clicking. Yeah. Right clicking, yeah, usually brings up context, all this stuff. But left clicking on the chart, and it is not intuitive. But all it takes is to ask the question, and then you won't be frustrated anymore. Frustrated anymore. There might be something else that's going to frustrate you, but at least yeah, I didn't even know you could do it. I didn't even know you could do it by pressing enter. So I guess enter, or so if it doesn't, if this doesn't, when you start typing, if it doesn't pop up, you can either hit enter or the space bar, I guess. Okay. How would you embed that, Ernie? You're talking about this right here. This is something I don't have. I'm not sharing it yet. I could probably add it. The thing is, Leanne, you see, I don't want to say this is cluttered, but I don't want to have too much going on. Okay. So this is probably what I'm going to do. But what I can do is add this to my home page, and then you can load it. So imagine if this were on my home page, you see the link, you click on it, and then you'd load it from the cloud. Oh, how to embed a free floating window into a layout. Okay. Well, if you are, okay, are you would you already have a layout up and running? Okay. So all you do is this. If you have a layout already up and running, and for instance, if you wanted one of my scans, then when you click on the link in my homepage and go to the scan section and click on it, then you load it, and then you'll see it. It'll be free floating, right? It'll be on your screen like this. So if you want to have it as part of your layout, you can do one of two things. First of all, put it where you want it. Okay, so it's not, on top of something, I guess. And then you just save the layout. And then it'll, as you call it, embed, it'll just become part of the layout. You file, save or share to cloud, and say entire, and then whatever is free floating on your screen will become part of your layout. Give it a name and save it. So now it's part of your layout. Now you can also save it to your computer. You can file, save layout. And what it'll do is typically it'll show you maybe the last layout you loaded, and you can overwrite it if you want. I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but you can just save it to your computer also. Or what I was saying before, file, exit, and when it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? If you say yes, anything as you call it, free floating around, it will make it part of the layout. You're not docking, are you? You're probably not doing you're not using any docks, are you? Oh, okay, you are using it. Okay, well, so at least you know how to use it. So it doesn't matter. Here's a combination. Look, I've got a combination of right here. This is not docked, free floating. See, this is free floating. This is free floating. This is docked, and this is docked. So all you'd have to do is, just place your free floating window anywhere you want. Now, if you want to put it into an existing dock window, is that what you want to do? Well, this is free floating, and are you saying, well, I wouldn't mind putting it into one of my docked windows? Okay, all right. Well, easy. So if I wanted to put this in, I just want to duplicate this, okay? Because I don't actually want to do it. So I'm just going to duplicate this docked window. Oops, 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 oops. Sorry. Duplicate it. Okay, so here it is. Okay, because I don't want to mess this one up. So all your dock windows should have a name. Hopefully you gave it a name that makes sense, but because now all you have to do is you give your dock windows different names. So this one down here is the dock HTML charts as an example. This one is called dock momentum up and down. It's a copy of it, but so now here's your free floating window. Let's say you want to put it in here. You just right click and then you duplicate it into, or you choose the doc you wanted to go into. And you see it says duplicate into doc momentum up and down copy. So that will put this in here. As long as you have you probably you have to have different names, I'm assuming, or maybe you just have the one doc window. So does that make sense? I right click and I have other docs. Okay, and, I have this doc window over here on my other chart on my other monitor. So it's going to give me a choice of where do you want to doc where do you want to what docked window do you want to put this in? That's basically what it's saying. You just choose the one you want to put it in. So if I duplicate it into the doc into this one, I choose this, and here it is. Okay. Now, you can toggle back and forth, or I don't know how much room you've got, but okay, good. So you can toggle back and forth. Of course, if you wanted to, you could, move it like this. It's a little, I don't know if it's complicated or not, but the minute you grab the header, then the icon will appear. Now that's how you can place your windows where you want them to be. So I wanted to move it from down here, I move it up here. Did you create the doc yourself? Because I don't think most of our customers. Oh, I see. Okay, that's cool. So you didn't create it right from scratch, but okay. Now listen, as far as the AI channel is concerned, this is what I would do. I would take this window. I would have this as a free. This is, in my opinion, this is all you need to see. Okay, that's all you need to see is this strategy trades all window. If you're wanting to follow what the AI is doing, and that is from here, new, and then where it says premium AI strategy trades window, this is what's going to pop up. All you really have to pay attention to. And then, it's free floating, and now you can put it into a doc, or because this is the important stuff. Okay. I wouldn't get too, I know we have an AI channel. I think it's overload, sensory overload. Because all you really should care about is, what are the alerts? Like, really, who cares from what strategy it came from or anything else? All, just you just should want to see what the alerts are, and that's it. In my opinion, anyway. I mean, does it really matter from what strategy, that IoT came from, or PDD came from, or CC? Does it really matter? The bottom line is when you get the alert, you click on it, and do you like it? Do you like it or do you don't like it? Now if you don't want to short stocks, okay. If you're not into shorting ever, you can always use this. I don't want to get too complicated, but just if you don't want to short stocks, then don't click on the short. It tells you whether it's a short or a long. You can filter it out so you don't see shorts, but it's not like we get so many alerts over the course of the day that you've got to sift through. Is it all the shorts and all the longs? I mean, how many do we have today? 8. You have 8 of them, right? So I would say that we used to have, and it used to drive me crazy. Some days you'd have 25, 30 alerts, way too many. My guess is that, no, let's see what happened now. I don't know if this history is fixed. Well, yeah. Is this yesterday? No, I can't believe it's not fixed yet. It's for whatever reason, it's jumping a day. But anyway, this is on the 31st. I mean, not many alerts. Hey, no problem. No problem. It's actually it's a good warm up for me. Okay, for next week. You too, William. Have a great weekend. All right, Shady, let's take a look at your Vuzi. What a very choppy daily chart. I am disappointed in the MMV. I really thought it might get back up to 4 and then just motor from there, but nope. All right, guys, are there any other questions? I think if there are no more questions, I will shut down. I'll always stay if there's some questions. But I do not see any questions. You too, Mr. Goods. Nice to see you bright and early now for a couple of days in a row. Or has it been 3 days? Oh no, back to work. Too bad. Oh, I love having you in here. No, I don't post them. If you're in the room though, you hear me talk about where I'm wanting to take a trade, and then it's up to you if you meets your trading plan. I guess IoT. I didn't take very many trades today. IoT was a good example. I said, look, if it gets back up to that 2350 mark, I want to take that trade. Up to you if you want to do the same thing, of course. Okay, guys, I will now shut this down. Thank you for all the help all week, and have a great weekend. And we will see you Monday morning. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. Have a great weekend. We'll see you then. Bye bye. And YouTubers. YouTubers. Now it's time for you to go. Have a great weekend, everybody.